Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Mr. Keith. All right, guys. Well, before we get to the banks, let's take a look at some of the other things that are happening. I know some of you have been already talking about this THMO. THMO, look at the float, 764,000 shares in the float. They had some kind of a press release this morning, and yeah, it's gone up 141%. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So, because we can rest assured, this is not, well, actually, let's take a look here. 527 was the high and actually got up to 545. So I suppose there's, in theory, a little bit more room. But because this is not shortable for me, there's no way I'm going to chase it now. So I really can't participate in this. The other one that was moving this morning was MVLA. MVLA, quite as dynamic as the PHMO, but still up 46%. And I don't see any news other than Stifle is, I don't know if they've initiated, yeah, they've initiated coverage with a buy target of or $7 price target. I don't know if there's any other news for this one, MVLA, other than that. No idea, Devin. I asked that question yesterday. If you're short SIVB right now and you're waiting for it, I don't know. No idea how that works. When you're able to eventually cover your position, even if it goes to zero. No idea. Somebody else will know, I'm sure. So the question is, if you're short SIVB right now, and of course it's been halted since Friday, how do you ever cover your shorts? EBIX, EBIX, EBIX. So this is an earnings play. This is being just thumped right now, guys, down 26%. This is no, it's not an all-time low, but look at this weekly chart. The next low looking left was 1250, so this is below that low. Not a lot of support for it. Somebody like William will probably know, Devin. Okay, I just don't know the answer to that. I mean, you could even Google it. I'm sure there's some probably information out there that you could Google. I am short a stock that has been halted that's halted for perhaps going out of business. What do I do? Ambi from yesterday, I'm only bringing it up. Highly volatile. AMBI is up 23%. Now this got up to $22 yesterday. AMBI. And Cyto, CYTO is popping unit chart 184. So it is giving some of it back. They had some kind of news about RNA delivery. Yeah, call your broker is probably the best. Yeah, good one, Captain. Yeah, call your broker. Find out. Shell, SHEL. So this is okay. So this is maybe something to do with the Credit Suisse. I haven't even looked at Credit Suisse, but shares of several energy companies are trading lower. Uncertainty, Saudi's SNB, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that has affected Shell. And there was another one, I think TTE, a French, used to be called Total Petroleum. They call themselves Total Energies now. So there's TTE and Shell. It seems crazy though that if you shorted and you basically, guessed correctly, that you lose also. Well, the question is, JJ, how do they get their money? How do you cover something that gets delisted, goes to zero? Anyway, best thing, call your broker. Call your broker. You're gonna get some opinions here, but best thing to do is call your broker, find out. In fact, I'm surprised you haven't called. That's what I would have done, after the first day. Okay, now let's take a look at the banks, guys. So, of course, the banks are still in flux. Look at Credit Suisse. I mean, this is like a penny stock now, $1.80. Look at this thumping from 250 to $1.80. But it's been in the works for a long time. Take a look at the monthly chart for this one. Maybe this is not as big a bank as I think it was, but anyway, this got up to $60. This is way back in 2009. So the problem then, from what I'm reading, is that, yeah, I mean, you're not going to lose money, but your money is tied up. You don't have access to the money until it has been officially delisted. So of course, our usual suspects today again are going to be FRC, WAL. They've had some bounces actually, little bounces. PACW looked like it was heading down to 10, but it has actually bounced from 1043 all the way back up to 1124. We are in for a big rocky open though, guys. SPY is down a lot right now, so we're in for a real rocky open. Yeah, I always think of the banks in Switzerland as being you know bulletproof, but we've seen this CS for seems like years now, just in the steady descent. All right, just looking to see. Now, this I didn't mention this Jounce, JNCE. This is a potential buyout. So that's why I'm not really talking about it. Jounce stock jumps after confirming acquisition bid from Concentra Biosciences. So, not really talking about this one. That's another one, Denver. Yeah, with Yandex. I know somebody who has it. The Russian stock, YNDX. Yeah, how do you get your money out? Not the listed, hasn't traded since. Amazing, isn't it? Hasn't traded since February 25th of last year. EDU, let's take a look at EDU. Yeah, I mean, there's the low of yesterday. It had a big bounce yesterday because the market was forget. I mean, right now we're in for a real dismal open, but yesterday we had a great day. But yeah, quite a bounce. All right, so there's EBIX, quite a bounce. Look at that bounce from 1144 to 12, all the way up to 1339. It's 1296 right now. Big bounce for EBIX, EBIX. Not very much volume. I forgot. I thought there'd be a lot more volume. This is an earnings play, released earnings pre-market. So let's see if my upgrades and downgrades have hit my email. Not yet. Okay, well, what I'll do now then is let's take a look at the sectors, guys. Every sector is going to be red. Dock channel bar, click on show more, click on the sector status. So what you're seeing here, yikes, that's what you're seeing here. So these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, XLE. So when you see 100% in red, that means that every single stock that makes up XLE is down from yesterday's close, okay? So again, I'm not saying, I don't think, I'm not sure that TTE and or SHEL are in here. Doesn't really matter if they are, but keep an eye on those two, TTE and SHEL, with that news out of Saudi Arabia. So there is not one positive sector, okay? Nothing. Now, because we had a little bounce yesterday in the market, some of these sectors that were getting close or below the 200-day, yeah, you can see what happened with XLE. In fact, you can see that actually XLE briefly broke above the 200-day moving average, but it did close below it, and now we're gapping down below it again. So again, that green line is the 200-day moving average. Retail, XRT, retail, again, below it. Consumer staples, which has been below the 200-day for a long time now. XLP, consumer staples, below. Healthcare, which has been, cracked it a few weeks ago. XLV, yeah, look at this, cracked it on about 3 weeks ago, and it is now, below, still below, well below the 200-day moving average. One bright one still should be industrials. XLI should be above the, well, I know it has to be above the 200-day moving average. You can even see it. There we are. There's the 200-day moving average. So XLI is above. And financials. Well, I know it probably had a little pop up towards it yesterday, but a little pop up towards it. But look at this, moving again away from the 200-day moving average. I don't usually look at utilities, but I know utilities is way below also. Yeah, utilities. Consumer discretionary, that'll be below also, XLY. Materials is right at it, I think. Yesterday was right at it. Yeah, look at this, sitting right at it, but right now we're below. And communications, XLC should be below also. Actually it popped up above, so it's sitting on it. So we'll give that a check. Okay, not below. And Also, technology was above the 200-day moving average. Should still be. Yeah. So we've got, I mean, really, guys, what have we got? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average. And the SPY itself, 393 is is around the two, yeah, 393, 390, yeah, 393 is the 200-day moving average. You can see what it did yesterday. It got into it and just closed a little bit below it. All right, let me see if there's the upgrades and downgrades. Yes, they have. Hit my email. Interesting. Actually, I have a ton of upgrades, not as many downgrades. I suppose they could probably downgrade every single bank, but let's take a look at the upgrade, see if there's anything interesting. Interesting, meaning is there one stock that has been upgraded by several firms? Seeing anything yet? Schwab is actually upgraded by, is, I don't know. Schwab is upgraded by Credit Suisse. Now, how much weight does Credit Suisse have? That airline out of Brazil, Azul, is a Duel, upgraded by Morgan Stanley. All right, here are some of the upgrades. We'll get all these into the room. I'm typing them somewhere else right now. Downgrades. Let's take a look at. We've got a few banks, of course. We have BPOP of Puerto Rico. But I'm sure they could just list every single bank if they wanted to. Cook downgraded. No, sorry. Cook downgraded by Piper Sandler. Cook. Look at Cook. I often see that symbol. Yeah, okay. I thought it might be a little more expensive. Okay, now after that, we had a little bit of a pop for FRC, but it has come right back, excuse me, come right back down. FRC. FRC seems to be the weakest one right now. I'm looking at WAL. I'm looking at PACW. I'm looking at Ally. Of course, if you want to participate just in the overall carnage, KRE. This is the regional banking ETF. You just short this if you want to participate, as opposed to trying to pick one stock. I just heard TAL, TAL. So Kitty, you might be right. I just heard tall, TAL. That was the one that alerted me actually to the EDU yesterday. Now, Devin, is that something that you're just saying, or is that actually out there somewhere, cut to a junk bond or something? Or is that just is that sort of your opinion? Just now, okay, FRC. Let me take a look. Yeah, there's your headline. Uh, well, it does say First Republic cut to junk by S&P. Don't know why this happens every now and then. I get the no data to display. No problem with that one. Hmm. Anyway, that was the headline. That Street Insider. Maybe there's something going on with that particular. Yes, Jamie. Wow. Jamie asked in our YouTube room how to remove a price target. A couple of ways. You can go right into the price alerts and remove it there. But if you want to do it from the chart, let me create a price target. Okay, so I there's a blue line there. So if I just go up to it, excuse me, once my pointer turns to the to that icon, left click and delete. Okay, so I'll do that again. I'll create the price alert anywhere. The blue line appears. I go up to it. When my pointer turns to this icon here, left click, delete, and then you'll get, okay? Of course, you can go right into your price alerts window. I don't know what's easier. If I go right to my price alerts window, if I had a price alert, I could just go and delete it. So you have your choice. How do we find out if an ETF is a marginable security? I have no idea. I never really thought of it like that. I never really thought ETFs were any different from stocks, but then again, I'm sure it's up. Well, I don't know. Maybe somebody else knows for sure. Um, if there are ETFs that aren't marginable, or is that en masse, or some are and some aren't? That's what I thought, Devin. I didn't think I didn't think ETFs were treated any differently from stocks. But before I make a statement like that, it's always good to have some collaboration on that. Well, legal, you meet other traders in the rooms every single day. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, the market is trying to rally a little bit here, guys, just a little bit. Some green candles here. Well, hopefully, if you took this THMO, you're out of it now, or at least sold some. Too bad this is not shortable for me anyway. Blaine, that may have been a one-off, though. Again, you want the definitive answer, I guess you can call your broker, but it doesn't, I never thought ETFs were treated any differently from stocks in terms of margin. But then again, I've never thought about it. Okay, guys, so keep an eye on these two here. This used to be Total Petroleum out of France, TTE. Wow, look at this now. It's at the 200-day moving average, 56.08, so just a little bit below the 200-day moving average. Um, Again, just read this headline here. Shares of several energy companies, including TTE and SHEL, probably a lot here too, are trading lower after amid increased uncertainty in the banking sector after Saudi's SNB said it can't provide further money to Credit Suisse because it can't go above 10% ownership, etc. Investors fear of a potential financial crisis, which could have a negative impact on oil demand. So these two foreign, I don't know if this is widespread with all the other, like North American, my guess is not, but North American oil companies in terms of that specific headline about Credit Suisse, etc. But there's TTE and there's SHEL, SHEL. So a couple to keep an eye on. I mean, there's another one. SHEL is getting close to the, excuse me, getting close to the 200-day moving average also. Yikes, FRC. So yeah, so I mean, I don't know if this is exactly the same as SIVB, but when SIVB was halted, it was halted in the pre-market. So you're going to short one of these things. I mean, I'm not suggesting the same thing is going to happen with FRC as happened to SIVB, but I guess the bottom line is don't want to get caught in a short and then it gets halted forever. Thank you, William. One less than a minute for the till the open, 45 seconds or so. All right, everybody. I am going to get rid of this and wait for this open. I typically do not trade in the in first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. I've it depends what happens today, of course. If I get something in the 10-day daily breakdown, if it's a bank, it's possible that I'll take it immediately. If it's something that is an all-time low, I might take it immediately. But most of the time, I do wait for that first 15 minutes just because things are so jumpy in the first 15. All right, everybody, we are now open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Here's FitB, guys. FitB, of course, a bank, fifth third Bancorp. Okay, below yesterday's low. And there's the shell, guys. SHEL, getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. 55.15 is the 200-day moving average. Now run is on the move, is running down, guys. Now run is again. This was sort of like Roku with some exposure within SIVB, I guess deposits, but so I don't know why it's getting hit like this exactly. Take a look at Roku. Okay, guys. So Halliburton, another one. Rig and Halliburton. So a couple of energy plays. Rig. Now they're out of Switzerland. There you go. They're out of Switzerland. So what sort of how much is CS into these guys? It's funny, I was going to actually do a search on Swiss stocks and I just forgot. So this is another rig manufacturer, guys. Baker Hughes. Look at the weekly chart on this one. So the next low looking left is around 23.48. So we've got some, you can already see a bit of a pattern here. Rig, Halliburton, BKR, the three energy sector plays. And there's Halliburton right there, HAL. Now here's a bank, Huntington Bank, HBAN, showing up. Now this is a U.S. company though, so but it looks like most energy companies now are being hit because of this news. So this is sort of, I don't want to say this is regional, but this is sort of a way to take advantage if you don't want to short, that KRE, BNKD. This is a three-time inverse leveraged US, but it's the microsectors US big banks index. So yeah, another look at Schlumberger, another one coming into the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at XLE. Yeah, look at this. So look at XLE, guys. This is the major ETF for energy. So again, I guess the theory being, if there's now going to be this worldwide financial crisis, I'm just going to throw it out there, worldwide financial crisis, demand for energy, oil specifically, slows down. That's today's reasoning. EOSE guys, okay, just pulled right back that down. Look at another one, Suncor, SU. So these energy companies are just being hit. Let me take a look at TTE. Did it maintain underneath that 200-day moving average? So it's right at it, 56.08. It's right at the 200-day moving average, TTE. And we have a halt here, guys. I didn't even see these first halts. Yeah, so here's our theme. I mean, instead of banks, I mean, we got some banks in here, Ally and HBAN, but we have Rig, Halliburton, BKR, ABR. What do you do? Okay, so that's in the financial sector, but Suncor. So we've got energy stocks under pressure today. All right, PGY, Pagaya Technologies. So what's the next high looking left? This is having a big pop here, guys. No real action in the pre-market. PGY. The next high looking left is 131, too close, 144, too close for me. If it were a straight shot before the next high, maybe to the 150, I might be induced, but for me, it's just too close to the next high, so I'll have to take a pass. Doesn't mean it won't rock, but we'll rock it higher. Yes, CX, right on my Halts resumes. It halted. Boo! Interesting. FRC has halted now on the way up. Interesting. And WAL halted, I guess, on the way up also, and it resumed. But CXAI, as I think Casa pointed out, either Cam or Casa, should never get you guys mixed up, but this was a SPAC. You can always tell when something was a SPAC because if it trades in the pre-market and it's the first day of trading and it's trading in the pre-market, we know it's not an IPO. Okay, so a little bit of a recovery now in those beaten up financial stocks like the WAL and the FRC, PACW. Very volatile, very, very volatile. I saw this one in the pre-market. Is this an earnings play? Yes, it is. SMAR is an earnings play. Um, yeah, I don't know why I didn't mention it. Anyway, coming into some potential resistance though, SMAR around the 45 mark. Yeah, so we've got and there's Casa, ugh, halted on the way down, and So you know that's a potential buyout, right, JD? I'm sure you do. JNTE confirms receipt of unsolicited proposal. You know that. Okay, APEI. Now, how did Hal do? It's Merit, choppy, EDU. Let's take a look at EDU. Yeah, so a lot of chop. But Peter, you know that it's a potential buyout. JNCE is a potential buyout. So okay, well actually things have settled down a lot sooner than they did yesterday. I'm not getting as many alerts firing off. ELEV, I noticed this in the pre-market. ELEV, some volume coming in. Any news on this one? I don't see they're going to be presenting at a conference, but other than that, ELEV. Oh, if this is a 5-minute halt, this will be opening in now. CXAI just opened, I believe. Yeah, just opened. Again, these are usually 5-minute halts. You can see the halt was at 9:37 plus 37 seconds. It opened at 9:42 plus 37 seconds, right on 5 minutes. Pretty tough to trade, guys. I'm looking at it right now. 515, 551 on the bid ask. At least it was. Now it just, you see, look at that bid ask all over the place, all over the place. So I just have to, I can't even touch it. Not yet, anyway. And then again, this blue window you see here from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas, but look at the now the spread is tightened up a little bit here, but I was actually thinking about taking it, but when I looked at the spread. All right, WAL resumed. So let's see what happens here with these banks. Now, you know what did not bounce was HBAN. HBAN did not bounce. This bank did not bounce like the other ones. I did not take it. It is from my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, Blaine. Hmm. Boy, those are some pretty big bounces, guys. FRC, that's a massive bounce. I mean, from the low here, 27, $8. Well, let's see if things settle down a little bit. It's almost 15 minutes. Okay, SMR, sorry, SMAR. The spread's tightened up now, 83.97, not bad for a $44 stock. To me, it's getting into a big resistance area. 1.7 million shares available to short at Interactive Brokers, so there must be widespread shorts available for most brokerages. So I'm just looking at this. To me, it just looks like it could struggle to get number one through 45. But even if it did, I'm looking at this daily chart. And it just looks like there's a lot of stuff between the current price and say 46. I didn't see the multiple upgrades for SMAR. I'm not saying they didn't exist, of course, but I didn't see the multiple upgrades. In fact, the upgrades didn't even hit briefing.com for SMAR. Interesting. Now, I did not short this, but I mean, probably should have. Boy, H-band getting hit now. H-band underneath 10, 9.99, or it was anyway. Guggenheim maintains it to $54. Okay, $54. I just think, but boy, when you look left, I mean, it may happen. I mean, when they talk about these price targets, they're not talking today, but I'm just looking here. Just to me, looked like there was too much resistance, and probably missed a boat. Probably should have taken a shot at it. Okay, guys. Now we had that brief pop for those with the banks, WAL, FRC, and PACW, and now we're turning down again. Okay, so what I'm going to do with CXAI, I'm going to stick an alert at today's high, price alert, today's high. And if it takes it out later on, I might get interested, of course, depending what the spread is. Okay, looking at some of these early races here, blue, yeah, not interested. Looks like it's too close to 5 and a lot of resistance. So Sentinel S is a earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday, not a bad reaction. Kind of held and now above the after hours high for Sentinel S. Excuse me, where could it go? Next thing, the next high looking left is 1648. So it's got a little bit of room, not a lot of room for it to keep going until it hits the next high. So I have to take a pass. Now take a look at Ally, ALLY, underneath that whole number, below the low of what are we now? Wednesday, Monday, 22. Boy, look at Pac W now, guys. I mean, pretty choppy though. Look at this pretty choppy action. At one point was at the low here at 1023, which is at right now. And then the next candle it got up to 1159. I mean, that's a those are big percentage moves. But Ally, which is not quite as whippy. Well, this one is still moving, guys. ELEV. You saw this one down here around 170. The only thing I can see. So this was on the 10th. What are we now? The 15th. So this was on the 10th. It receives a buy from Wedbush. $4 a share. Okay, $4. What are we now? 2? Well, okay. So that was on the 10th. And they're going to be presenting at the American Association of Cancer Research. That's all I can see. And it's probably a low float. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. I now am okay, ally. Okay, I am short ally, guys, and but if it's anywhere close to 22, I'm out. Meanwhile, ELEV, just a rocket ship now. This doesn't care what the market's doing. This is a classic alpha stock. In fact, I didn't realize, but well, I do realize it now. Ally actually showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 2177. Okay, now it popped up a little bit from there, and now it is starting to move down. I mean, I'm these are still pretty jumpy. Hey guys, just give me a moment. So all that good work is being wiped out now by that red candle. We had 45. We had an hour of basically up in the SPY. This is being wiped out now by that red candle. CBE energy play. So yeah, so the energy stocks are just getting. I mean, need to look at the bank stocks. I mean, look at all these red candles on the daily chart. They look like the bank stocks. Okay, so as I was saying, I'm finding these. I've covered some of that ally. They're just too. These bank stocks are just a little too jumpy for me. I'm going to take profit where I can. MVLA, I don't think they were short available at Interactive Brokers either. I'm not sure, but let's take a look. Nope. Nope. Wow. Another. So much for Stifle initiating coverage with a $7 price target. It's a big two thumbs down to Stifle. Guys, keep an eye on EBIX, EBIX. It is trying to recover here. Interesting little move over 13, I believe. Yeah, 13. Trying to do a recovery, big bottoming tail, down to 12. Trying to recover here. EBIX. It's an earnings play. What's the spread like? 13.08 right now. Okay, what I'm going to do is put an alert at the high of that 15-minute candle, which is about 13.20 or so, 13.23, and see if it takes that out and has a bit of a move in recovery. STNE guys, Stoneco. Excuse me, STNE. Now this is coming right into the 200-day moving average. This is an earnings play. STNE is an earnings play coming right into the 200-day moving average. With the way this market is right now, I mean, it's hard to believe that these, even though it's an earnings play and in theory it is, it is trading on its own, that they're going to be able to overcome things like the 200-day moving average or VWAPs. Well, if you had shorts available for THMO, this looks like it's just going to completely give it up. Breaking down through 4 now, but no shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. You too, Art. Yeah, not a bad idea. If it's a little too choppy, don't try to take trades just because out of boredom. I got to be in a trade. Got to be in a trade. Yeah, I mean, look at the ally. Look at these banks. They are just pretty tough to intraday trade right now for me anyway. I know I took the shot at Ally, did okay, but I was hoping it would really collapse. But right now, but the EBIX is the one I've kind of got a little bit of perhaps faith in. If it takes out, it depends what the market does too, perhaps. But if it gets up to that 1323, where I think I have a price alert set around there for EBIX, EBIX. It's an earnings play, trying to recover. But as usual, I'm not going to anticipate that it's going to happen, so I'm not going to take the trade right now. Plus, I'm looking right now. Look at the spread, 1308, 1321 right now, 1308, 1320, not a great spread. Look at KRE, guys. Now, this is definitely having a nice little recovery here. KRE ETF for the regional banks. So if you don't want to try to play an individual stock and you think that these banks are going to recover a little bit anyway for a while, this is one way to play it. Of course, yesterday's high is way up here at almost $50, so it has room if they want to keep recovering. Yeah, here's a Brazilian bank, BSBR. Wow, Santander. One of the many Santanders are out there, but look at this BSBR. This is getting to be, that's on an all-time low, but the next low looking left is 478 on the weekly chart for BSBR. Look at WAL now. I mean, this is what I'm saying, guys. This is really a challenge to try to pick a direction. But I mean, this is pretty interesting. I mean, it's taken out the highs of the previous hour of 15-minute candles. WAL. They're, approaching 30 now for WAL. Obviously got a ton of room. 39.65 was the high of yesterday. I think in order to try to trade these sort of things intraday, though, you cannot take too many shares because you're going to have pretty wide stops. Even though, 101 million in the float, so it's not crazy low float, but it just got halted. WAL just got halted. Halted on the way up. Wow, another one. Look at this, Arcos, ARCO. What did they do? Through the 200-day moving average. In Montevideo in Uruguay. So WAL is halted, and let's see, get any idea where it could resume. Yeah, no big clue. There's the halt 3013, no big clue 3013, 3014. So no clue that it's going to pop. But that's the best one, guys. When I say best, look at the breakout. If you can just sort of fix this in your memory, WAL, look at the breakout, okay, on the 15 minutes. Look at FRC as an example. See, it is not doing the same thing at all. PAC W, same thing, not doing the same thing at all. So right now, anyway, WAL is the best looking breakout of those three. Yeah, the spread is tightened up a little bit, 523, 530, and it just got, whoa, my goodness. You know what? I was just about set to maybe take this, thinking that because of the spread got tightened up, and now look at it, it just got halted. Looks like it could be a positive open. Well, it flashed 570. It's back down to 530 now. This is the first thing I saw was the 570. So 570 represents, yeah, the high is still around 565. 560 is the high. So I'm telling you, if it takes out this high, this could get rolling. CXAI, the high meeting around that 560 mark. So let's see what happens when this opens. It's not technically an IPO, it's a SPAC, okay, that started trading as CXAI today. And again, you can always tell because there's not one IPO that I can think of that ever started trading in the pre-market. Okay, so when you see the pre-market trading and you see it's a brand new symbol, typically that would mean that it was a SPAC. And you can see it right here, KINS. I guess it was KINS, and now it is, or some other symbol, and now it is now CXAI. Okay, so I mean you can treat it like an IPO, I suppose, but it's not technically an IPO. Look at Wall, guys. Son of a gun. Look at Wall. Came out of the halt and ripped. Okay, EBIX. Now, what's the spread like for EBIX? Yeah, the spread is, I mean, the spread is, looks like it's just going to be an ongoing concern for EBIX. 13.14, 13.27 right now. 13.20, 27. I mean, that spread won't matter, obviously, if it tacks on a dollar, but my crystal ball isn't that good. Look at WAL, guys. So these banks are now having a nice pop. WAL, even FRC. FRC is now looking kind of like the WAL on the breakout. PACW, no. It's not though. It just is not following yet. For it to really follow, it has to really break out of here, above 1168, and really start to move from there, in my opinion. And that's for the PACW. But there's no question, WAL is the one. I mean, even FRC, while it's had a bounce, it's still, it hasn't taken all this out. Oh, if you can look up on the 15-minute chart, if you can see what well, let's do a little, can we do this? Okay, you can see what I'm talking about right there. And if I get the WAL out, up, oops, on. My machine is just going crazy again. So you can see the difference. Hopefully you can see the difference, what I've circled here. Look how WAL broke out, whereas FRC did not do the same thing. Oh, there's no question it probably is impacting it. I mean, WAL did not have the same. I mean, it's possible it has been downgraded also. We don't see that news. Yeah, I'm going to forget about the EBIX guys. It's just too spready. Maybe later on in the day, perhaps, but it's just too spready. Arco now, I mentioned this Arco earlier. This is the one from Uruguay. Uruguay. Sorry for my Spanish speaking people in here. I know it's a tough one for English people to pronounce. Great move for WAL guys. Now, you know, FRC is starting to follow suit in terms of the breakout a little bit, you know, but it's got to really break out of here, in my opinion. Here meaning, you know, 39. Yeah, Sentinel, just noticing here, Sentinel is still pretty strong. Earnings play. Holding the VWAP, 1592 is the VWAP. Next high looking left is 1663 or so, 1648. You know, that ARCO is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but well, things it is. Let's see what the next low is. Yeah, it looks like there's, you know, too much between here and 7 for me to get too excited about it. Looking at that weekly chart. So CASA is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It is so cheap. It's almost an all-time low. CASA is almost an all-time low. Earnings play is too close to the that whole number for me. Boy, this WAL is still pretty solid right now. I just can't chase it, but the pre-market high, it's approaching it. Pre-market high looks like it was about 33.75, so it's about $1 away from the pre-market high. Now look at KRE again. You don't want to try to pick one bank. KRE is still marching. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Keith. Bank of America, guys, Bank of America, BAC, with the banks sort of recovering, if this gets up to 28, 27, it's over the whole number. Of course, it has a lot of room. Looking left, $30 was the high yesterday. Wow, look at WAL on the march here. Yeah, Pac W, you're right. Pac W now is a high of the day, I guess, approaching 12. Ally, the one I was short. So remember I was saying, I mean, I'm not trusting these moves. So I was quick to take some profit. Did okay, but obviously I was hoping for a much bigger collapse for this one, but there's about a $6 move for WAL. All right, another bank, guys. New York Community Bancorp, NYCB, high looking left is 738 or so. So it has some room. As long as these banks continue to bounce. How did that CXAI do? Came out of the halt. Yeah, didn't well, again, I've got this high of 565. Later on in the day, if it takes that out, that'll probably get me interested in taking this trade. CXAI. All right, BAND. Are you shortable for me? Yes. Almost 889,000 shares available. Let's see why this is okay. So JMP has cut their price target from 65 down to 32. So it's still way above the current price, but it's been cut from 65 to 32, getting close to, that 15. I think 15 will be a psychological barrier to get through. So this bank, guys, this is the bank that has such a low float. MCB, 9.6 million in the float. I mean, it's almost at the high of yesterday. which is 3014. I'm sorry, not 3014, obviously higher than that. 3176. I'll get it right. 3848. Sorry, 3848. I have to stick an alert there because I mean, this will be wild if it ever took that out because of that float. Probably the lowest float one that we're seeing of these banks. But look at the SPY guys. So I mean, now we're really getting choppy. We have some topping tails, some bottoming tails. I think if you're going to take these banks, you've got to be quick to take some profit. Meanwhile, what you're seeing here, this I kept this short of AMC up for probably 2 weeks now at 716, 419 right now. What's Ape doing? Was there big news yesterday? Ugly. Oh my gosh, that this is ugly, ugly, ugly. Wow. The memers are getting destroyed. What's GME doing? Oh yeah, the memers are just getting destroyed now. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. So how is this the SMAR, which I kind of thought might stall around 45? Yeah, got down to 44. It has popped back up, but I have my doubts that it's going to be able to go through 45. So this might be another one to take a look at shorting. The VWAP is 4407, so takes out that VWAP again. This could start the descent downwards. And that is for SMAR. Okay, guys, I'm trying to figure out a way to get into the maybe even the ally. Now, the thing about shorting SMAR, I mean, it's an earnings play. Obviously, it reacted very well to earnings. It's up 16%. So it's a strong play. And, unless the market really tanks, it might be difficult to try to predict a short on this one. Reminds me of the one yesterday that was an earnings play. It was really good. And we were trying to short it. At least I was trying to short it. Anybody will remember what it was? Jethro, you are right. It was CMDO. You are absolutely right. CMDO was the one. Or I'm sorry, CDMO. You're right, CDMO. You typed it incorrectly. You typed it correctly. I input it incorrectly. However, look at it now. This is interesting. This is interesting as a potential short now, guys. CDMO. Not very much volume, 200,000 shares. Earnings play yesterday, but looks like it really wants to give it up. I mean, look at the low of 1564. You held it overnight, okay? This looks interesting as a short, guys, is CDMO. Underneath that whole number, lots of room underneath. The 200-day is 1624. That is certainly far enough away. One moment, please. Okay, I am putting a price alert down here for CDMO around 1784 as a potential short because just because of the amount of room it has underneath to potentially move. I think Luna was a had some downgrades. I think Luna had some downgrades. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. I am just trying to help our developers who are just getting these little weird little problems. And I know it's driving them crazy. Okay, CDMO. Do I want to short this? I think so. Ally guys, allies on the move as the No, it is kind of moving on its own. Ally's kind of moving on its own. ALLY, kind of moving on its own. CDMO. Okay, CDMO. Ooh, APEI. Wow, all-time low. APEI. I think this is, I know it's an education stock, but I wasn't sure if it had any ties to China. Doesn't look like it. But APEI, all-time low, showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown at 475, and this is an all-time low. Okay, guys, I'm actually in the CDMO short. I didn't get how many I wanted. I was doing the old mid with Interactive Brokers, but we'll see. I mean, I have no idea where it's going. It has really no support until that 200 day. Yeah, held that at 1778. So 1778, there was the little alert. I was a little bit late on. I wanted to get it at 1780, but not bad. 1778. We'll see what happens. And now WAL looks like it wants to take out the high now. There's the high right there, 33.85. Okay, FRC is now running kind of counter to WAL. FRC, and it looks like it's getting into the VWAP. What's the VWAP here? 34.94. So it's below the VWAP now, 34.94. All right, well, CDMO gave me something. Thank you, Jethro, for, I just couldn't remember what that symbol was from yesterday. Jethro from our YouTube room. I couldn't remember the symbol that I was trying to short yesterday, but it was an earnings play. It was strong and mm, WAL. All right, here's another one on the 10-day daily breakdown, ARI, and this is, what is this? Okay, so financial sector, ARI, financial sector. What is the next one looking left? Yeah, so for me, I'm looking left, 921. Boy, if it ever takes out that 921, I mean, look left, 828 is the next low looking left for ARI. Now, I've covered some of the CDMO guys. Again, I'm just sort of taking what I can get from some of these trades right now, not expecting tremendous trend. But look at this market. This market, WAL is trading against this market right now. Market is moving down. WAL is still trying to move up. SMAR, let's take a look at SMAR. Yeah, this is yeah, below the VWAP. You're right, 4410, 4410. So it is below the VWAP right now. Well, it's at the VWAP, call it right at it. Yeah, these banks are getting resiliency, some resiliency now. ARE, man, what a morning. 10:46 already. Okay, smart guys. SMAR. Let's do it. All right, CDMO continues down. I did take some off at the 1750 level from 1778. Ooh, SMAR. Okay, that knocked me out of that one, guys. Knocked me out of that trade. So there we go. I mean, this is still a strong stock. You know, it did break down through the VWAP, but so I might just forget about that. May look at it later, but so I took the small loss on this one that I wanted to get out right around that 44 mark when it popped up on me. Ooh, look at Ally now. Ooh, Ally. And this is a great example of not getting stubborn. SMAR, you know, thinking that it's going to, I mean, it still may work. That's why I do have a price alert down here around 43.73. May work later on. But right now, CDMO is pretty short. Look at that. Wow. Okay, Ari, which I did not take. I did not take this short. It is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but I'm just looking left and I 921 is the next low looking left, but then we've got that whole number to contend with. Boy, if we didn't have all that, I mean, look at the next low underneath is 828, almost $1 away. All right, well, okay, are you going to give me another chance here? SMAR, what's the spread like? 47, 77.82. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, decide if I want to reshort this one. Okay, I've covered most of my CDMO now also. Son of a gun. Yeah, didn't get it. Didn't get it where I wanted it. SMAR. Covered most of my the CDMO. Yeah, this big bottoming tail there. The minute it started running up a bit, said, you know what? Take some off. Ally is interesting, guys. This is really kind of trading on its own. Ally, ALLY, a little bit on its own. Smart's turning into a great chart. Otley, OTLY, guys, OTLY. This is on the move here, a little bit on the move. Pre-market high was 248. It's actually an earnings play. Release earnings, pre-market, super choppy though, very choppy. I can't get too interested in it. And the reason I'm seeing it, of course, is because it's just showing up on in my momentum up scan. So got to click on it just to see what's happening. Look at Ally, guys. Ally is when I say trading on its own, to a certain extent. I mean, look at this move here compared to the others, which are all showing red candles on the last 15-minute chart, like a WAL. There's a red candle there. FRC, I don't have to go through them all, but you can just see Ally is kind of trading on its own. 10:54. Well, I better get to my other part of my job is to promote a little bit of trade ideas. Okay, so show you the information you can get from my homepage. By the way, guys, I think I'm going to shut down the Discord. There's just hardly anybody there. I know there's a couple people there, but it's just a little more of a pain for me to have to keep it up. So I won't shut it down today, but I'm probably not going to open it tomorrow, just so that you guys know there's only about 4 or 5 people in there. Sorry, just not worth it. Okay, so if you click on my, what did happen? The trade of the week. Sorry about that. I accidentally copied the trade of the week in there too. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code for you, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Add 25. You click on Get Trade Ideas. You'll see we have 4 plans. Annual monthly premium standard. I haven't even looked at the AI today. Yeah, nothing shaking there. Annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less than 25% for each one of them. Again, the big difference is the AI watch list. Nothing really shaking though. I'll keep an eye on H band later. You don't have to take out an annual. Go monthly. Standard is 118. Premium is 228. Less than 25% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. If you do take out a monthly subscription and then within 30 days you decide, you know what, I wouldn't mind an annual, we'll honor the 25% discount. And the reason, of course, people take out annual subscriptions is yes, you have to pay up front, but then your monthly cost on a prorated basis is less than the 118 or the 228. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started, okay? This is a software program. There is a learning curve, but it'll take you through the download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Okay, 10 videos takes you about 30 minutes to go through them. If you're brand new to trading, we have a course for you, Trading 101. You can take a look at that. It was developed by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, so this is not third party. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is a free service. There was no trade this week. Education, big education section right here. And yeah, so if you click on my link, you have to scroll down, okay? And then you'll get to the education section. This is the user guide. If you click on the user guide, there's that getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, what a top list window is, the T window, and all about stock racing, okay? At the very least, I would also look at price alerts, how to put a price alert on a chart. Well, I'm not going to beat myself too much about the SMAR. It's right back up again. There's that getting started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the room. So you can head over and listen to Jamie for his 1 hour between 12 and 1 Eastern time in our YouTube room. And some more educational videos, trade ideas, educational videos. And then here are my scans. Again, so if you click on my link, you have to scroll down. I sort of forget to tell people that. They say, well, where are those scans? Just scroll down a little bit, and here are the scans that I'm sharing. Look at Ally, guys. Again, trading on its own, kind of. This is what I use in the pre-market. I use my pre-market actives up and down. I've been using the same format for years and years. This is the biggest, these are the two races that you see. And the 10-day daily breakout and down. I love these. Again, when you get an alert, doesn't mean I just take the trade. You have to look at the see what's happening, but I like to see what the alerts are. Momentum scan. Here's a momentum scan. There's that pulse resumes. So bottom line is this: if you want to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link, and you'll be brought to my homepage. Use this code, and if you save my homepage link, then you can take a look at the scans and that education section anytime you want. And again, feel free to ask me questions all day long. There's just nobody there, Captain. Are you in there actually? Oh, really? Okay. I didn't. So you post in here. So you don't post in Discord, obviously. 'Cause I don't see any action in Discord whatsoever. I might keep it up then. I mean, it seems crazy. There's only 5 people in. All right, guys. There's the Otley. Yeah, that actually, it's not a bad little move coming into this shortable, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So just looking to see if it was shortable because to me it looks like it's coming into some pretty decent resistance. Oh my goodness. I think you guys know what I'm going to say. Hands up. Why am I saying oh my goodness? Come on, somebody be brave. What have I been talking about all day? Nope, not ally. Not ally. Something I was talking about earlier. It wasn't a great spread. No, not Otley. Somebody's going to get it. Not WAL. No, no, no bank. No bank. Earnings play today. Had a huge pop. Nope. Not smart. Nope. It's negative. It's a negative, but it had a big pop. Negative, in other words, it's still below yesterday's close. So come on, guys, you got had to be listening. There you go. Oh, you put it in the other tab, Jay. Okay. Yeah. EBIX. Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. I don't know. I must have forgotten to put a price alert. Or see that green line, I think that was earlier and I forgot to reset it. Oh man, what a big miss. I wanted to take this over that 1320 mark. Oh well. Yeah, I don't think it's seamless though, this Dwayne, regarding Discord. I had somebody within Trade Ideas take a look. I'll actually ask him again if he's really taken a hard look at it. Yeah, I know we can do the boost and we can get it to, almost as many views as we want. I just don't know though if I don't know how it works. I mean, logistically, you have to create different rooms and or I really like within. I don't know how it works logistically. I mean, if it was seamless, in other words, if somebody came into a room and it was full and it automatically went to the next one, then we could easily do it. I just don't know though if that's the case. I'd love to go to Discord. I mean, I love the look of it, and it gives me it has more flexibility for me. But I might keep it open. I mean, it's not that big a deal for me to keep it open, but I mean, literally, we have 5 people, 6 people right now in the room. Guys, WAL now. WAL is still. Look at this. I mean, again, if it takes this out, this 34 mark, you could get rolling again. Okay, give me a moment, guys. IZM. Again, this looks like an IPO. I see Zoom. Yeah, this is wow. Look how many. It's a $6 million IPO. How many shares? Is it really only 151,000 shares? Or is that how many were traded at the beginning? Yeah. No, somebody's asking in our YouTube room. No, this is our trade ideas is only stocks. Okay, no forex, no futures, no crypto, just stocks. Wow, that EBIX, what a move, guys! I mean, that just almost out of nowhere. I mean, that was look at that candle, that 15-minute candle, just from 1321 to 1386 like that. Boy, keep an eye on WAL if it takes out that high. It just has that look. Has that look. If it can just take out that high of 34, and then the next high looking left would be 40. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, even if it takes out 34. Nerds and a Nerd Wallet, NRDS. Ooh, wow, what a few days it's had. Oh man, I can't chase it, but look at this move down for NRDS. The next low looking left is 1452 or so. Look at KRE, guys. So this is nice recovery here. Regional Bank ETF. Look at KRE. Still negative, but what a move off the bottom, 42 to 45. Allied over 23 now. ALLY. Boy, Ally over 23 and WAL getting close to that high, 34, getting close. Just give me one moment, please. All right, let's take a look at some of these races here. What's PAC doing? PACK. Okay, PAC. This is an earnings play, actually. Not very much volume, 285,000 shares. Doesn't trade very much. That 285 represents 4 times normal. So this, no. Okay, so a question again from our YouTube room. Only scans, I mean, we do Canada to a certain extent, but only US stocks, okay? No Thai stocks, nothing outside of the out of North America, okay? And William, you are funny. And he gets a second debt downgrade, so look for a bounce. Look at PAC here. So what's looking left? 533, 560. Well, if it gets to 533, I mean 560 isn't out of the question. Actually, 573, 573. So keep an eye on this PAC, PACK, earnings play. Just not a lot of volume. Oh man, I'm gonna have to get rid of my thumbnail chart for EBIX. This is a big miss by me. Big, big, big miss. Watched it for 1 hour. And my problem is I must have not reset the price alert. Otherwise, that price alert would have popped up on my screen. I would have seen it and I would have taken it. Oh, well, there will be others. I'm watching this ally holding 23, ALLY. UPST. Yeah, you're pointing it out, Dwayne, because it's from Zach's topping scan. Okay, guys, 11:18. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Just a little recap about what Trade Ideas is all about for new people. First of all, anybody new, welcome to the room. This is the format. I'm live on the mic at 9 o'clock. Go to about 3:20 to 3:30 Eastern time. I open the main room at 8, so you can come in at 8 and you can talk amongst yourselves. I don't get on the mic until 9. Joshua. Okay, well, excuse me. Um, what I would do, we have a promo on right now, but what I would do just so you understand what Trade Ideas is all about is if you go to my homepage. Okay, so if you go to my homepage and click on the alert and take a look at the get started. Okay, you don't have to be a subscriber to take a look at this, and you don't have to look at the download and install. But what I would do is, take a look at introduction to scans and our top lists and our alert windows and charts. Okay, just so that you get an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. I was actually going to just go over a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner. And there's a big difference between a scanner and a screener. Okay, a lot of screeners are out there, but we have screening capability, of course. But we're also as but we're where we're really good at is real time alerts, the scanning aspect. So, for instance, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, but if you click on, when I say you, anybody clicks on new doc channel bar, these are all theme based channels. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, so right off the bat, excuse me, there's an alert window that we call momentum. PLX just shows up, has just shown up, PLX. So if I click on PLX, you're going to see it just made a new high for the day. You can see it right there. You can't see, this is a 15-minute chart, but there was good volume that came in that propelled it. Why? Well, this is how this is created. If I right click it, just to show you what it's looking for, I'm going to right click configure, and then I'll click on summary. So this is an example of a scan. So in this particular scan, we're looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. There's a minimum volume of 100,000 shares. These two are these two filters are the key. Volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So the idea here is, if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's why we see PLX. And since I opened this, there has been no other stock that has met these requirements and has made a new high. But that's an example of a scan. This is the screening aspect. Lots of screeners out there. But then this is the real-time alert that you get. Now we have a lot of different alerts, and we have a lot of different real-time alerts, and we have a lot of filters. And as I always say to people, don't get hung up on how many we have. You scroll down a little bit more. These are the filters that we have. We have so many because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. If they want to create their own scans, okay? So we had to create enough alerts and filters for the thousands of customers we have. that they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But we, in all these different channels that we have, we've created scans for you that you might like. So there's a part that says, or there's an aspect that you don't even have to learn how to or know how to create your own scans if you don't want to. And you can always take a scan and adjust it. So for instance, if I looked at this scan right here, and again, I click on the summary, but if I didn't like that price range, this right now it's between 1 and 50. But what if I said, well, I don't mind the overall concept, but I'd rather have a different price range. So if I go 10 and 100, I just go into that price area and make the change, 10 and 100, click on the summary, and now it's changed. Okay, and you can take any scan that we've created and move it out of the layout that we've got here, put it into your cloud, and then you can, so the idea is you can go to the different scans or the different channels and start extracting scans that we've created, either make a change, or if you like it the way it is, you just save it to the cloud. Then you can bring them back one at a time, and then you can create your own layout, excuse me, based on scans that we've actually created. So there's, I mean, if you do want to create your own scans, of course, there's a more of a learning curve. You have to know what an alert window is and all that, but we have created a lot of scans already. So that's kind of a basic overview. Also, we have this window here, this big blue window here. This is how you can practice trading. This is our simulator, and all you need is our standard service. And you can practice trading right here. Uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. And I cannot emphasize enough to practice trading before you begin trading for real. So that gives you a bit of an overview. And we do have a promo on right now. So I'm not trying to, hard sell you on it, but we do have a promo on right now. So that if you click on my homepage, well, I'll just get it all in here. If you click on my homepage link, and click on that, there's the promotion code you can use, Patty25, for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. What I would do is I would take a look at a monthly standard. So that'd be 118 less than 25%. And I mean, if you thought, you'll have at least a month to try out the program, see if you like it. There's no commitment, no contract, in other words. And the room. This room is like this, Monday to Friday, and it is free. And I'm on the mic between 9 a.m. and about 3:20 to 3:30. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot you can do within trade ideas. The one thing I would say, not just to yourself, but anybody else who is listening, is just don't get overwhelmed by how much information we have. You don't have to learn everything. When I was showing you all the different real-time alerts and filters that we have, you don't have to learn them all, of course. Again, the only reason we have so many is because all sorts of different trading styles out there. I probably, since I've been a subscriber, 2010. So I've been 13 years as a subscriber to Trade Ideas. I've probably used half a percent, maybe 1% of all the scans and filters that we have. And the one thing this room isn't, it's not about my telling you what to buy or sell. I will, throw out some ideas. If I'm getting into something, I'll indicate where I'm probably going to get into a trade and things like that. Other traders are in here also throwing out ideas. You always have to have your own plan, of course. I've talked about this WAL. I'm certainly very interested if it takes out these highs right here, right up here. Maybe it may not happen, but there's a blue line on my chart. And so if it got up to that price later on, it's got a, what did it have, 32.30 right now. So that price alert's at 34. If it took that out later on, I'm going to be very interested in taking that trade. Doesn't mean anybody else should be. And of course, this has been a super active, well, 4 days. I mean, starting Friday with with what happened with SIVB, with all the banks. All right, guys, 11:29. So in about half an hour, I will be taking my break. I just want to confirm it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room before I do take my break. And I will put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over to listen to Jamie for his hour. Jamie is typing, so he can probably hear me. He's going to say, yes, it's me. Okay. So he's actually listening to me right now. So the screen does not, no, not automatically. What happens is when I click on an alert, okay, when I click on any symbol, which is like an alert, then it's going to change. So it depends what you mean by automatically. There's a way in which you can do what we call symbol linking. So these three charts we see here, they're symbol linked so that when I do click on an alert, just give me a moment here. You see, sometimes my computer goes crazy. It's going crazy right now. Okay, so when I click on an alert, any symbol, these three charts will change to that symbol. The SPY, of course, does not because I want the SPY all the time up and running. Hey, Luis, don't be sorry, guys. Ask questions, okay? Don't be sorry about asking questions. That's why I'm here. Seriously, okay? Don't be shy, ask questions. So the question is how to get into the simulator with a standard subscription. So a couple things. The races and the simulator only available if you're using our downloadable application, okay? If you're using our web-based version, unfortunately not available. We're hoping the races will make it into the web-based version sometime. I don't know about this. We call this Brokerage Plus. So assuming you are using the downloadable application, if you click on new from our toolbar, click on new and then Brokerage Plus is right at the top. So this window will pop up, okay? And it will say not connected. It will say not connected. If you can't see that box, it's probably maybe it's because you've shrunk, the window is not wide enough. So just pull it. Wait, just pull it a little bit and you will see the not connected, okay, in that box. So in order to connect to the simulator, you'll notice we have two options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says live and one says sim. what I'll do is I will pop in this link. Okay, so I popped in a link called Brokerage Plus. If you click on that link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. It's only two that it works with, okay? Please don't ask me about any others. Not that we don't want them, but to have more brokers, but it's technically it's a bit of an issue for us, okay? So Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. How I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. And so that's why I was saying underneath the Brokerage Plus, you've got two options. One says live and the other says sim. When I click on sim for simulation, this is the not connected will change to account. And when it changes to account, I click on it and then a little box pops up saying simulator trading default. So now I'm in the simulator. Now, why you're seeing AMC, the short 500 shares of AMC, why you're seeing this, this is something I took maybe 2 weeks ago in the simulator. And just to show you how you can actually, you can practice swing trading. If you take a trade, you take a trade today and you don't get out of it at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade or it's all, depends how you want to define a swing trade. Okay, so, but there's a way in which you can obviously practice swing trading using our simulator. And it's very simple to use though. The minute you just click on an alert, and just a minute, I might have to reload this. Yeah, every now and then that happens. See, Jamie? Okay, I'm gonna have to reload this. Not a big deal, but I'll just reload it. Sometimes the linking is a little strange. So back to the simulator. Okay, so now when I click on an alert, ELEV, it shows up in the box. Now you can pick how many shares you want to trade, price you want to get in at. Okay, so that's how you can practice trading. Okay, Naveen, it gets a little complicated. So his question, the question is, how can I have multiple layouts, you know, up and running at the same time? So one of the things we've got going here is if you click on new, and this is not exactly answering your question yet, but it will, I'll get to it. If you click on new and then click on docked channel bar, okay? Now, before we had this docked channel bar, we had just a, we'll call it the old channel bar. When you clicked on a, like I've got a, obviously I've got my layout underneath, okay? When I click on something from the dock channel bar, this channel loads and notice my layout does not disappear. Now, in the past, before we had the docked channel bar, if I clicked on a layout in our old channel bar, my layout would disappear. You could only have one layout loaded at a time, okay? But with the dock channel bar, I can now I could have as many, well, without, you don't want to overtax the system, but you can have multiple layouts loaded at the same time. So if I actually did this, click on dock channel bar again, for instance, and I click on I don't know, pre-market, the pre-market channel, you notice underneath, let this load here. So you see I've got two channels up and running. So to answer your question, yes, you have to create, if you can take your layout and you have to create a docked layout, okay, with your layout. You know how to do that? Okay, good. Typically, I do not have multiple layouts loaded at the same time. I mean, I just one thing I do, I mean, I got, for instance, something that I use in the pre-market. Where is it? So this is what I use in the pre. This is why the docking is kind of nice because I use this in the pre-market, but once the market opens, I just minimize it, or I could exit out if I wanted to. Okay, but this is what I use in the pre-market. So it's nice. Docking just makes it nice, to arrange things. If you have multiple monitors, we get the question fair number of times, if how do I move things onto another monitor? Well, there's a couple of things you can do. Obviously, if you create a dock out of some of the windows that you've got, I can just take this and I have three monitors. I can move it to another monitor. But if you don't want to learn how to dock, because docking there, you can go to the guide, our user guide, and there's a whole section on docking. But it's a little bit takes a little bit to get used to it. But there's another way in which you have multiple monitors, because one of the things you don't want to have to do is you have multiple monitors. You like I have this dock Momo up and down on another monitor. Well, I don't want to have to every day. I have this in a certain area, one of my other monitors. I don't want to have to every single day adjust where they are. So when I load trade ideas, I want all my trade ideas windows to be exactly the same spot every single day. So here's what you can do. First, take your toolbar and put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. This is my main monitor. This is the one that I share that you guys can see all day long. So I designate this as my main monitor. Next, I put all my windows, my trade ideas windows, I put them exactly where I want them on my other monitors. Once I've done that, then File, whoops, sorry, Tools, Options, and where it says Layouts, click on Layouts. And then in the loading layouts, you just check open relative to main window and save it. Okay. Once you do that, and then when you exit trade ideas, you still have to save your work, save it because even that change that you've made has to be saved. When you exit trade ideas, then and then when you reload trade ideas, every window will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay. So that's it's great if you've got multiple monitors, like a lot of us do. Again, if I went too quickly, again, just put everything where you want them on all your windows and then tools or all your monitors, tools, options, layouts, tools, option, layouts, and then check that open relative to main window and save it. Okay. The other thing I would do, Naveen, though, is if I, ever since I started with trade ideas, just the program itself, when I would create a layout, I would always give it a name. I never ever used it. I never saved it as default. I always gave my layouts different names so I could always, bring them back. I mean, there are layouts that I've created that I haven't used for years, but every now and then I might say to myself, "Hey, let's take a look at this layout, see what's going on." I also save every individual scan I make to my cloud. Okay, every scan that I've ever created, I've saved to my cloud. Because even if I'm not using a scan now, and some of them I haven't used for years, but every now and then, maybe on the weekend or something, I'll take a look and see, maybe I should bring this one back and see what it's like. The other reason for saving everything to the cloud is that, well, I probably most people know how the cloud works, not just our cloud, but in general. but you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. Now I'm working on a desktop computer right now. I've got a laptop, I've got some tablets, okay? So I can have trade ideas on as many different devices as I want. And so say I buy a new laptop, I just have to download the program, and then once the program is loaded, I just have to file load from cloud. And I will see, I have all different file types. My layouts, alert windows, top lists, all organized. I can bring back whatever layout I want. In other words, I don't have to recreate from scratch just because I'm on a new device. The other thing is, and this is obviously super important. If something happened to, like I'm on a desktop right now. What if my desktop blew up? Okay, well, pain. But if I have to go and buy a new one, but all I have to do is just download the program, and then if I've saved everything to the cloud, all my work is there. So save everything to the cloud, everything to the cloud. We get the odd, not well, we get emails, but I'm sure there are people that just don't email and say, "Oh man, something happened, and to my system, or I forgot to save my layout, or I forgot to do something." Well, if you save individual scans and your layouts to the cloud, it's always going to be there, even if you decide that you don't want to be a subscriber anymore. But 2 years from now, you decide, you know what, I want to take it up again. You use the same email address to sign up. Everything is still there for you. Okay, guys, I still have my eye on that WAL to see if it takes out that price. And the Ally looks so interesting. I mean, Ally has had a little bit of a pullback, but Ally being ALLY gets over 23 again. And this has been, of all of the ones that I've seen, the financials that I've seen, has been the most, I'll call it most stable. We only had that one red candle. Okay, so I think if we get back over 23.12, it might have some more room. Because obviously looking left has some room to 26, which was the high yesterday. Not saying it's going to get there. What does that mean, Captain? Good question. So Tyler in our YouTube room asked, do I use the same position sizing on each trade? I haven't gone into money management at all today, but the short answer is no. Um, my share size will change because how I trade is I try to keep about the same amount of risk every single trade. Risk meaning, depending on your account size, hopefully this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. Okay. What I like to demonstrate in the simulator is when I'll probably do something this afternoon, is risking, say, $100 a trade. And I keep that risk about the same every trade. In other words, I'm risking the same amount every trade. So in my account, it's not like one trade I'll risk 1,000 share or $1,000, the next $500, the next 100. Okay, I try to keep the same amount per trade every single trade I take within reason. So how do I do that? Well, remember, I always have a stop. So if I get into a trade, let's just use some easy numbers. If I took a trade at $10 And I look at if I want to take a trade and it's at $10, I'll have to have a stop. In other words, okay, if the trade doesn't work, where am I going to get out? So usually I'll size that up by looking at either a 5 or a 15-minute chart where I think there's a support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Let's just pretend that if I took this trade at $10, that the support was at 9.80, 20 cents away. If I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, then I would divide 20 cents into $100. I'll get 500 shares. So in that particular case, I would take 500 shares. If my risk was 10 cents, if I thought the support was at 10 cents and I was risking $100, I would take 1,000 shares. Hopefully that makes sense. So, I mean, if I take 1,000 shares and it drops 10 cents on me and I want to get out, 1,000 times 10 cents is $100. Okay. So I do not take the same amount of shares every trade. Now you can create an Excel spreadsheet to kind of quickly, do the subtraction for you and determine how many shares you should take. And all this is going to be within reason. So you would enter basically it's always going to be about the difference in your entry and where your stop is. And so Excel, of course, will subtract that for you and then divide that number into whatever that number is going to be, $100, $200, whatever your risk per trade is going to be. All right, guys. So CASA now this is an all-time low. Almost. CASA is almost an all-time low now. How can I tell? My position in lifetime range is like 0.5% within, 0.5%. So that is almost at an all-time low. This EBIX is even getting interesting again for me. Again, I believe I missed this price alert somehow. So EBIX, I mean, it's over 14. It's at 14. Spread actually right now, 13.99, 14.01. So the spread is okay. So I'm going to stick an alert at 14.12. Price alert, 14.12 for it. All right, guys. So let's take a look at CRE, KRE, and see how the regional ETF for banks is going. Kind of hanging in there. How did that TTE? Yeah, it's Total Petroleum out of France. Yeah, so it kind of held the 200-day moving average. So there it is. We were watching this in the pre-market doing this. A lot had to do with what's happening with Credit Suisse. That one in Shell, SHEL. That one also, look at this. I mean, both of them right at the 200-day moving average, TTE and Shell. And this is what we were talking about. This is what we were seeing in the pre-market. Shares of several energy companies like TTE and Shell trading lower. Increased uncertainty in the banking sector after Saudi's SNB said can't provide further money to Credit Suisse because it can't go above 10% ownership, et cetera, et cetera. Investors' fear of a potential financial crisis, which could have a negative impact on oil demand. So not just these two. I mean, these are European companies trading on U.S. exchange, an exchange, of course, but European companies. But XLE, take a look at XLE. And look at XLE. So it's not just those two European companies, but XLE has been hard hit. And look at this, guys. Look at that 200-day moving average. For months and months and months, this was sort of the bellwether. Most the energy stocks were the star, where lots of other technology and communications were getting hard hit. But look what happened. This is not that long ago. This is the 10th, March the 10th, is when it took out the 200-day moving average, and we're really accelerating a move downwards from that 200-day moving average. All right, guys, 11:54. So Jamie is going to take over for me in about 5 minutes or so. So what I'm going to do is put my announcement here. I'll be on a break. Be back out 1 p.m. Eastern time. And I'll put the YouTube link in so you can listen to Jamie for his hour. And how this works when I take my break between 12 and 1, Monday to Friday, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. We have five different traders, 5 days of the week. See how that works out. All right, guys. Well, there's a crack now for Ally. That's the first big crack I've seen for Ally. So this may be turning into a short. The VWAP is what, 2235? So that could be a bit of a magnet for it. And I was watching WAL, the same thing. I've been holding out for a break on top here, but here's the VWAP also 3098. So that's pretty close. I'm sorry, 3098. I was thinking 3198. So that's about $1 away from the VWAP. James, I hear the little ping, so that means you're there. I'm just going to put myself on mute. Okay, guys, Jamie is there
Hey,
in our
Barry.
YouTube room. Hi, Jamie. Just give me a moment as I put the room on mute, the other
Sure.
room. Okay, and then mute my music so I can hear you better. There we are. So how goes the battle, Jamie?
Well, I guess we could say the proverbial chickens came home to roost today, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go ahead and grab the screen here. Okay, I think I did it right this time. You can see me, right?
Yes, I can see you. I can see you.
Perfect. Well, Monday and Tuesday were pretty interesting, Barry, because, what do? We just went clink, clink. And we didn't really speak yesterday, but, that upside action felt really odd.
Yeah.
It was just like it felt manipulated to the upside.
Mhm.
Um, and of course, today we get what we got. Um, just the whole Silicon Valley Bank thing. Did you happen to catch any news programming last night?
No.
Well,
Fill me in.
what's the guy O'Leary from Shark Tank? I never watch it, but the one
Yeah,
guy.
Kevin O'Leary, yeah, Mr. Wonderful from Canada, yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I caught a little blurb from him. I forgot what program it was on. Um, but the SIPC, it used to be 100K for normal folk, you know. Then after the 2008, they jacked it up to
Oh, yes, okay.
250,000.
I think I know where you're going with
But
this, yes.
now they're just like, well, yeah, we're a merchant bank, and I think one of his companies, a bunch of his companies used SVB, and he's going to benefit from the quote unquote non-bailout. But even he was like, "This is preposterous," because, for example, one of his companies, Circle, I believe it was, they have 4 billion in there.
Hmm,
4
wow.
billion with a B, and that's just one of many, right? So they're
Right.
like, okay, well, yeah, we'll cover everybody, right? So it's gonna get wacky, I think, moving forward. I think this might be just a little taste. Of course, who cares about speculation? We all have to react to the market conditions. But
Mhm.
it's gonna be interesting moving forward, I can tell you that.
It's interesting, Jamie, because in Canada, everything is it's 100%. There was no finagling. It's 100% is covered.
Right.
There's no max, and because I thought the same thing. I decided to phone my credit union and just to confirm, said no, Mr. Anderson, everything is covered 100%. So we don't have that. We have different banking laws in our country. So.
It's
But you
nationalized, though.
mentioned
The
5
banking
billion.
system is nationalized, right?
Well, I don't want to say it's nationalized. We have five major banks. Okay, so if you go to virtually any cities, and not obviously in the cities, but even in small towns, you will generally see the Royal Bank, Toronto Dominion, Bank of Nova Scotia. We have five major banks branches all across the country. It's not like your country at all. And then we have some credit unions across the land, which are, they're just like banks, but we have the five major banks. When I was in Boston, I was like, well, where's the Bank of America branch? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you don't have, I mean, even though you've got these huge banks, you don't. It's not the same systems the way it's set up here. It's not like you have a Bank
Well,
of
right.
America branch.
You guys have the rules in place and you stick to the rules.
Yeah.
And what we're witnessing here is, well, bad management screwed everything up and we imploded a big merchant bank that deals with Silicon Valley startups. Yeah, let's go
Hmm.
ahead and just, make the decision in less than 24 hours, right? So, yeah.
I thought the FIDC only was putting up about 25 billion though at the beginning. And so if you're talking like that circle, 5 billion right there. I thought
Yeah.
Roku, as far as I knew, had the biggest exposure percentage wise and dollars in Silicon Valley Bank, as
I
far as
think
I
you're I
know. And
think you're
that's
right on that one. But it's just crazy.
mhm.
It's crazy what's going on.
Yeah.
But then again, hey, the world's a pretty crazy place, but should make for good volatility for traders.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's been wonderful. I mean, to be honest, today I have found a little more difficult. It's been a little more choppy with those banks, like a little more up down. Haven't seen too
Hmm.
many of them just straight trending, for an hour or so, other than the Ally. But the Monday and Tuesday though, some just wonderful, great trends for several hours, which was it's all we can ask for as an intraday trader, as a scalper, right, Jamie?
Absolutely, and CS was definitely some
Mm,
crazy trading. That's the craziest
yeah.
I've seen that stock trading since I started trading it. But as you can see here, it wasn't just like, oh well, let's get long on the open for the bounce because they're
No.
gonna make it tricky.
Exactly. exactly. I do see that it did bounce, but and now it's below the VWAP again. So there you
Mm-hmm.
go.
Yep, yep. Interesting stuff. All right, my friend. Well, I will let you get to your break, and I'll see you back
Okay.
here at the top of the hour.
You will. Thanks,
All
Jamie.
righty. See ya.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. And boy, a little bit of craziness going on here, but as I was telling Barry, for us traders, that's what we're here for. So just keep in mind this is the hour for the live support session. So if you do have any questions, let me know, and I'll do my best to answer them. I had installed the latest dev version came out, so I installed it thinking I'd be able to show off some new features, but was told that not quite ready for prime time yet. So my races did reset here, but before I reset everything, I did take a little screenshot here. And let me just see here. I looked at, didn't really see anything too spectacular off of the positive change from open, but this is what they looked like before I reset my software. And even in this market, the dawn of the dead was showing some pretty strong stocks here, which, keep in mind if you're not too familiar with the races. What are the races really? Really, it's just a form of relative strength based on the time frame that we're looking at down here, which I always like to run 1 minute time frames, but still showing you some nice upside stocks in this crazy market. Energy getting hammered again today. Well, getting hammered a little bit today. Let's see if the silver is still on a downtrend here. Yep. When we broke this level here, I usually don't trade this, but I took a little short right here on that break. It's paying so far. We'll see what happens when we get back up to this 10 period on the 5 minute, if it rolls back over again. So silver, energy, and the banks all giving good action today. Gold has been definitely interesting as well. The most telling, and of course I lost some of my windows here, but was watching, and this is just a testament to how easy it is to find other banks like CS. Here we are with CS competitors. So right off the open or pre-market, I was watching this window here, just showing me all the banks. And of course, not a whole lot of green here. And the ones that are, oh, as Barry was just touting, Bank of Montreal, doing fine. And of course, this is the big oil index. But most every bank out there, oh, and there's the other Bank of Montreal down. In any case, once again, that little feature I showed you, anytime you want to find that hot sector, let's just say I click on H-band. All right, we're going to get the same thing here or something completely different. Bellis Health, boom, there's all the competitors for Bellis. And of course, you can always right click and pop that window out if you don't want to watch it within the single stock window. All right, how many we got in here today? Okay, looks like our typical crowd. So if you do have a question, do not be shy. CS still doing some crazy volume here. You can see it's at the top of my thick volume leaders. Then we got the Sprott physical silver, still kicking some nice 5 minute volume here as well. Otley, notice this is one of the ones from Dawn of the Dead. Boy, Otley got up and boogied pretty good this morning. Seemed to be immune from a lot of the stuff that's going on here. Of course, foreign company. That wick in the second 10-minute period kind of messed up the beauty of the chart here. But if we're looking at the candle bodies here, as soon as it broke that 209 level, man, took a little ride all the way up to 240. So not a bad percentage move there. Was in a little bit of that one, got out a little too early. Was just leery of being long anything, but yeah, I'll take a little. Let's see what else we got today. What else was I scalping a little bit up today? HBI's been pretty interesting. They slammed it down below 5 here. I think it bottomed out right about 493. But this thing's been a little magnet around 5. Getting down into all-time lows not too long ago. Here we are looking at the weekly, and once again, this is Hanes Brands. Everybody knows who Hanes is. They make all kinds of stuff, textiles, which, typically in market conditions such as this, companies like Hanes will kind of go the opposite direction. Now, don't know what's going on with Hanes right now, but topping out at around, you know, 20 bucks here. Interesting. I tell you what, let's do a little anchored VWAP action on that weekly high. And see the anchored VWAP 1127, and we're still down here fumbling around at 5, so always one to keep an eye on there. Not really sure what the institutional holdings are on that. Let's see if we can dig that up real quick. Yeah, I was just thinking that 84, almost 85% held by institutions. So that $5, I forget if it's $5, right? But institutions have price requirements. Once they get below a certain threshold, they can't maintain that level, then institutions have to liquidate. Binary expert. Well, David, Prince, yeah, binary options. Not something that I would dabble in. And we like to keep the solicitations or the spam to a non-existent level here. Much appreciated. Okay, does anybody have any charts or, if you have a chart you'd like me to take a look at, let me know. I'll be happy to take a look. In the meantime, still some stocks getting a little upside lift here. Let's see what's at all-time lows here. OPRT, once again, a financial corporation. Not looking too good. MLEC, let's take a look at MLEC. Okay, newer issue. Looks like only been around since then. Where did I put my weekly chart? There we go. Okay, so here we are looking at the weekly. You silence my text-to-speech there. MLEC, only been around for this long. I tell you what, let's first anchor the daily here to that candle. All right, little beat down. What do we top out there? Looks like 22.20. And there's so many of these companies around where the IPOs are up in the trees, and now they're down at multiples or fractions of what they were trading. Negative multiples, we could say. But my eye immediately goes to this level here. As we try to make this not quite a smiley face, have quite enough bars, but it sure is stretching up here. So first level, notice how we're wicking right here as we butt up to this little area back here, which at present, can't say it's going to remain supply, but right now, that's the level of interest, butting up against this little area back here, acting as supply. But if we do get a close above this level today, well then 1111 comes into play there. Do the same thing over here. 1147, 1231. But pure and simple, of course, I'm not the CMT that Michael Noss and aspiring CMT that Chris Varley are, but makes a lot of sense on this simple little pattern because there's only a limited amount of data there. So AJ, I hope that does it for you. HBAN, an AI trade today. Unfortunately, it was a short, and let's see, 1030 had the opportunity to scrape a little cash out of there, but just like every other financial and banking institution out there right now, that's a pretty typical pattern for just about all of them. Little 10, 15-minute flush before the bounce was put in. Speaking of the AI, I haven't given it a lot of attention this morning. Yeah, but it spit out 1, 2, 3, 4 trades, as we can see right here. 2 longs and 2 shorts. And that's a testament to what statistical probability is delivering today with a market, for lack of a better term, so out of whack. So it doesn't matter if it's long or short today. AI kind of struggling, not getting decimated based on a 100 share trade, 100 shares per trade. So down a little over a point, about 1.3 points overall. Yeah, Tyler, to the tune of opening range breakouts. Yeah, they aren't my bread and butter as much as they used to be since I got a lot more active just in, you know, let's just clarify there, day trading, the opening range breakouts. I do like them for the simplicity of the pattern. Um, I've gotten a lot more into scalping over the past couple of months. Had to take a little hiatus in the month of February due to some family issues, and just kind of creeping back in for this month. And boy, what a market to start warming back up to. But yeah, the opening range breakouts. I mean, if it's a quality pattern, I still love to hit those. Let's see here. Didn't really have a whole lot of really good ones to play off of today. But I tell you what, we can, just due to the market nature, there's not a lot that I'm aware of today where that, you know, opening 30, 45-hour period was real smooth. Things were either ripping up or ripping down. Now, Otley is the closest thing. Remember, I was talking about this one earlier. This one actually is quite perfect, right? Little smiley face on the 5 minute. Of course, the wick kind of threw it off here because you would not have been alerted to it hitting a new high until this level here. But a lot of the times, you know, like I said, I use new highs as the alert. For example, all of these tickers here, I typically populate my liked highs and lows with race stocks or any other stock that I think might be setting up nicely that hasn't popped a new high yet. But even here, late with that opening wick kind of screwing up the beauty of the chart, we've still got a nice entry here on a classic opening range break, right? So once again, entry price of 216, even if you bought the top of that candle there, you're at 217, and you still got to enjoy almost a 20-cent ride on that low dollar stock there. Now, this would have been ideal right here, but how would you have gotten the alert if you're watching a new high because that new high had not been surpassed? There's only about 6 cents on the table there. Now, if we're able to purchase Otley in this candle here as it was cracking the high, then what would our risk be? So keep in mind, not including the entry candle, which is this one at 9:40 Central Standard Time, my general rule of thumb is look at the low of the prior 15 minutes. So 1, 2, 3, and we're all kind of lined up right there, right? So 217 entry, I'd go ahead if the low of this is 210, which it is. When I hit here, you can see the low 210 right there. Usually put a stop a penny outside of that. So the stop in this case would be right here, a penny below 210, so 209. So in essence, even if you bought the top, 217, you risk 8 cents, and 216, 8 cents to make 24 cents at the top. Okay. So if you got out at the top, that was a 3R, which most people aren't going to do. But even if you got out somewhere, risking that, what I say again, 216, 17, 8 cents, you risk 8 cents, you make 16 cents. That's a nice 2R trade. You made twice what you risked. Well, Tyler, I certainly feel you on that, buddy. I certainly do. Sometimes life gets in the way, and the market, it's not going anywhere. It'll always be there. I guess it's due to my age these days as well. You know, I was keeping tabs with some of my other scalping buddies, and they were just crushing it. I'm like, yeah, I don't really care. The market's not going anywhere, and family first, money second. All right, let's see here, Peter. Can you bring up any chart and anchor it? I don't think it's working the way I thought. Sure, if you're talking about the anchored VWAP, let's pick something interesting to anchor here. Just kind of scroll along here. Well, I tell you what, let's just use the good old SPY. Oops, stretch out the daily here. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to anchor to this previous high back here, which apparently was on the 4th, I think. Yep, January 4. Okay, this little guy right here. So if I want to anchor to January 4, what I would do first, Peter, is click on the little writing icon here. Then I would click on the little anchor icon. Then I find my day, and we're on 4, and I click it right here. All right. So notice where we are on the VWAP. Now I'm going to anchor also to this low of 1013. So once again, the 4 back here, and I'm going to anchor to the low right here. Same process. Okay. And there you can see the purple line. Steve Gomez was pointing this out earlier, a couple of days ago, and he was talking about this VWAP pinch here. And of course, got right up to that level yesterday, and then we had the gap down today. So, the bulls are hoping we can reclaim this area here, maybe vacillate around in between those two anchored VWAPs from the high and the low, the last high and the low of the SPY, and see what happens. If we don't do that, well, it's kind of hanging out in space right now. Maybe we'll defend the low of a couple of days ago. But if we don't, this looks like the next level that we could gravitate down to. Kind of matching up with this little area of chop back from late October and November. The moving average of anchored VWAP. Well, I'm not really sure I understand because, anchored VWAP is just going to take the volume weighted average price from the dates that we anchor to, right? But the moving average, never really thought about that, Chandra. Because let's do this. Let's look at the week. That's the week of the 4th right there, right? And we'll do the same thing over here. $407. Notice how my prices are pretty close. Boy, I got 407 and change here, and 407 and change here on the lower 391-ish, and right about here too. So the moving average, that's a good question. Off the top of my head, I do not know. Let me see here. Let me ask somebody smarter than me. We'll see here. Right. I mean, you can always apply whatever moving average you'd like to anchored VWAP. I've just never associated anchored VWAP with a moving average because it's just looking at the volume weighted average price. Take the volume and the price levels, just like a regular old VWAP, except you're anchoring it. Hello, Shrimpy George. Welcome. We're just talking some trading stuff here, answering some questions and looking at the markets. Yeah, so I posed the anchored VWAP and moving averages question to my team here, and the general consensus is, nah, they're separate. And the moving average would just be, you know, like the moving averages I have up here on my intraday, my daily are just the ones that I prefer, right? The 10 period, the 50 period, and the 200 period. So once we anchor that VWAP, your moving averages are still going to stay there. And sometimes you're going to notice correlations with the anchored VWAP and the moving average. So like look at the anchored VWAP here on the lower one that's anchored to the previous low. We're matching right up with the 200-day moving average. So it's two different animals there. Sounds right to me, Pepe. Okay, let's see here, Hans. Shrimpy, you were asking for, oh, to add EMA filters. Yeah, right now we just got the SMAs. You can display EMA on charts, you just don't have filter versions of them. And you are correct, Hans. Yeah, I guess you could view it. You could view it that way, Tyler. Perception is reality. All right, Gato, another silver. Oh, and you know what? I haven't even I've not even looked at crypto this morning. Was busy with the equity markets, or Bitcoin, I should say. AVWAP identifies as a moving average. I get it. That's funny. Okay. The market hovering at lows. Everybody was getting all happy. We're getting right back up to this 15 period, or this, excuse me, this 15-minute 10 period, but nope. It is acting as the hammer today. No quarter for the SPY just yet as we hover at lows. CS doing the opposite of what stocks normally do. Looking at the 5-minute here, it's a little bit more obvious. You know, usually these would be, if you inverted this chart, the old stocks go up on a staircase and go down in the elevator. Well, today, Credit Suisse went up on the express elevator and is now coming down the staircase. And that's certainly something you don't see every day. Ooh, and we've just gravitated to a deeper shade of red here on some of these bank stocks. A different Credit Suisse thing, but Credit Suisse nonetheless. What are we down on that one? 23%, pretty close to the regular common. USOY. Ooh, that was here's a great example. Who was asking about the range breaks earlier? You know, I'm sure not the most liquid stock to trade, but based on what you see on the spread and whatnot. Let's see, what is the spread? The offer's 3104. So not bad. We got a 5-cent spread in this thing right here at current snapshot. So this is a perfect example of an opening range break to the downside. Right in this candle right here, the low was broken. Let's just expand this out a little bit. So if we did take that break, say 32.50, 5, 10, 15, about a 60-cent risk there. But how much would it be yielding? At the bottom, about 2 points. So a nice risk to reward ratio here on the downside. You always hear Barry talk about he doesn't like to trade the first 15 minutes, sometimes even the first 30 minutes. And, sometimes you get these good range breaks after 30 minutes. Of course, if you're looking at 5-minute candles, you only got 6 candles to look at. But as time progresses, some of the ones later in the day have the very pronounced patterns. This is a great example of that. Bank of Montreal, and of course, it does have to be shortable. Sometimes you see these perfect setups, you go to short them, you can't get filled because it's not borrowable. A little frustrating from time to time, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. Yeah, Hans, you never know. They are the Swiss. Of course, allegedly there's no gold in Fort Knox, but who's going to know for sure? Do we have anything new in terms of alerts for range breaks? New as in within the last 4 to 5 months? Unfortunately, no, Tyler, and that is the reason that I've always watched new highs and lows. You know, if a stock is breaking down out of this range right here, it has to be hitting a low to get out of that range. And on the other side of the fence, if it were to be breaking up, it's got to pop a new high. So that's what I use as my alert, and then I see if the timing is appropriate. You know, if I all of a sudden didn't get it here, was distracted or whatever, not paying attention. And then later on, I see OILU popping new lows down here. Well, the optimum time to get into it is right in this level right here, not down here, right? You want to get it as close to the break as possible. And then you want to have acceptable risk in the prior 15-minute period, which in this case was right up to here, looking 15 minutes back, not including the entry candle. Now, on that topic, we do have alerts for opening range breaks, but they've been around for a very long time, and not really looking for 1 minute. Typically like to start at 15 or 30 minutes. So it is possible to get some decent patterns, and then we have the 60 as well on the 15, 30, and 60. Um, but once you kind of get out of those ranges, for example, what time did this one occur? This one was 2 hours and 20 minutes into the open, right? So they can occur at random times of the day. So it's a simple looking pattern. It's not so simple to find, in other words. If you're watching new highs and lows with a, filter set to your liking as far as volume goes and things of that nature, volume, so forth and so on, you still have to sort through, depending on the day, could be you might have to look at 10 different things hitting a high or low before you see one where the pattern is intact. So first and foremost, it has to be hitting a new high, and then you want to find them just as they're breaking out or down. Second part of the equation is the timing appropriate? Is the risk appropriate? If all those things line up, then it's a trade that should be taken. Yep, I concur, Hans. And to your point, Tyler, do I prefer them to hit earlier in the day? instead of midday. Um, it's kind of relative. Early in the day, as long as I've got 6, 7, 8, 5 minute candles to look at. Um, but for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we had put in our high and low, but that's a loosey goosey range, right? As we drew closer or drew further out, notice how the range tightens up, and then we get real tight before we made that break on this OILU. Um, so it time of the day is not really a big concerning factor to me, but I will tell you this: a lot of the times, the ones that present themselves later in the day, the pattern is going to be higher quality, so to speak. And whether you just say, you know what, I'm going to wait an hour, that way I've got 4 15-minute candles, or, a bunch of 5-minute candles, it's just a personal preference. Chart looks a lot cleaner in the 15 minutes versus these 5-minute candles, but, you know, everybody's got different perceptions. Peter, since I've been mainly doing intraday trading and specifically scalping, I personally haven't been using anchored VWAP a ton. I do have some longer term positions that I'll swing trade in my one of my IRA accounts, and that's when I use the anchored VWAP a lot. Of course, I'm in cash, right? I've been in cash for a while in that account because obviously you can't go short unless you do some inverse ETFs. Um, but the anchored VWAP is mainly for multiple day holds and longer term time frames for swing trading. Oh yeah, Shrimpy. So you haven't seen the races yet, huh? Well, just so you know, looking at this race right here, Dawn of the Dead, every race is being powered by a top list, right? So if I right click here and I say open top list, okay, this is the top list that's currently powering Dawn of the Dead. Now, this just happens to be a top list that Andy Linloff created quite a few years ago. Don't know exactly how many years, but this is a while ago. And this is looking for stocks who have been beaten down significantly over the long term. So if we really compress this JNCE, you can see that definitely fits the bill here. Just $10 back in November of 21, and went below a dollar for a while. But the name Dawn of the Dead, it's like a zombie stock that was down in the dumps. It's all of a sudden coming back to life, thus the name. And certainly with a nice juicy gap up today. Um, not too shabby, and getting an additional lift and holding up pretty well considering market conditions. Now, probably this is news driven since it's a therapeutic stock, but whatever the reason, definitely fitting the characteristics of Dawn of the Dead. So, what we do with a race, if we say show the race setup, then right here you designate minutes to run. Okay. So on the open, once this top list populates, then any of the stocks moving up the most in a 1 minute period based on change from open, those are the stocks that are going to be showing up on the race. Okay, so like right now, open is having a good little run. It just won that race. Once again, it's from Dawn of the Dead 2, and threw a little elbow down here at the open, going down to a buck 33. But after that first 5 minute candle was put in, it was just, well, no pun intended here, off to the races. So we get a nice little grind up, and this thing holding up relatively well, up 12% in these market conditions. And that's what I was talking about earlier. Even in a market of this nature, these races, and you can get very creative with the races that you want to create based on the top list, are still showing us some stocks that are relatively strong. And to your question there, Shrimpy, can you play against other users in the race game? No, because it's just showing you stocks meeting the top list criteria that are relatively strong on the time frame that you select. And just looking at your question there, BB, regarding the fundamental filters. Yeah, I know we installed those fundamental filters quite a while ago, and you're probably right. It's probably limited to our data provider. So this is pretty much it as far as fundamental filters go. Don't really know what the plans are to add additional fundamental filters. Been doing a lot of upgrade work on our servers lately, and hopefully get back to creating some new filters and alerts, in the upcoming months. Yeah, the can slim. Right, right. Yeah, it would be nice to have that in filter form. Now, if you haven't done so already, BB, anytime you want something added, a feature added, you can always send that request to info@trade-ideas.com and just say, hey, can you please add this to the user wish list? And that way it gets added. More than likely, CanSlim has already been added, but you never know. So it wouldn't hurt to pop an email to info@trade-ideas.com with that request. Oh, we're not getting pounded, but only up about 0.5% here. But the J and CE definitely the all that was in the gap. Every time I see S, I think it's Sears. I think S used to be Sears a very long time ago. Back when that entity actually existed. All right. Anybody else got a chart to take a gander at? Huh, look at that volume level right there. Interesting. Um, Sleepy as we dredge the downside here, the lower extremes. That's right, Hans. S was Sprint. Would you recommend plugging verified CanSlim stocks into the stocks like this page to further enhance the top list filter settings? Stocks like this. Well, that's our little web interface. Let me see here. It's been a while since I've been over there. It's never a bad idea to use stocks like this if you really want to kind of, drill down and see what some of the other filter settings, might be. And this is the URL, tradeadeas.com /stocks stock info. Tell you what, I'll just drop that URL. It's a little cumbersome to type in case anybody wants this. There we go. If anybody wants that link. And so, what is stocks like this? It's a cool little interface that we came up with many years ago, actually. And the goal was to try and help people, well, for lack of a better description, do some reverse engineering instead of going, well, okay, I tell you what, let's go back to that. What was the one? Jancy? The one I was using as I think it's already off the level there, but let me look at my screenshot here. Well, I have forgotten which one it was. Oh, wait, it was Otley. There we go. Okay. One that presented the good opening range break to the upside here. Okay, so let's say I wanted to really dig into this 5-minute candle here and go, okay, it was coinciding with a range break. I know it was hitting a new high, but maybe I want to try to, I forgot who was asking me that question earlier, but maybe I want to try to invent a new alert and filter complement that might show me a range break, even though I might be using something different. So in other words, users typically have an idea of maybe a specific setting they'd like to go look at and see what the values were. But this will give you the whole kit and caboodle as far as filters go. So if this was the 9:40 Central Standard Time bar, now keep in mind, see what it says right here? It's always going to use Eastern Time. So I would need to add an hour. So that would be the 10:40 candle. So it would have a duration of 5 minutes from 10:40 to 10:45, right? So I would say start time 10:40 for a duration of 5 minutes, which that is the smallest duration. So then I would pop in the symbol. We're on today, okay? So when I hit the button here, it's going to show me the filter list and show me what all the filter settings were during this 5-minute candle here. It's also going to show me all of the alerts that fired for Otley during this 5-minute candle. So 10:40 Eastern time for a duration of 5 minutes. Here are all of the alerts, so you don't have to really sit there and guess. We knew that the new high would be hit, and we can see it down here, new high filtered, new high ask, all these shorter term opening range breakouts. So see, that would have triggered uh, all these opening range breakout alerts as well. Ton of them. But then we get down to the filter set. So if we were kind of thinking to ourselves, I wonder what the, you know, uh, RSI was for a specific time period. Let's see. It's been a while since I scrolled through these guys. Did I just miss relative strength? I'm used to looking at the optimization tab and the backtester, and everything's in numerical order. There we go. Okay. So let's say, hey, during this 5-minute candle right here, I'm looking at 5 minutes. So what was the 5-minute RSI? Well, we could see right here, it was a minimum value of 55.8, was a maximum value of 69.1. So maybe it would be interesting to plug those values in to a scanner that you're building using these parameters here. Now, as far as the overall volume, it's pretty gnarly because we had earnings released today, pre-market. So may or may not be applicable since today is kind of an odd day for it. But in other words, this is kind of a way to reverse engineer a scan based on the values being displayed in all the min-max filter settings, and also showing you which alerts fired and which ones. Okay, notice that this is a list of all the alerts that fired, but it's being sorted by frequency, right? And if we look at the count column over here, 1 minute volume spike went off 30 times in this 5 minute period. So you might think to yourself, maybe I should use the range filters and say, hey, it's got to be a minimum value of 100 on today's range so far, and then use 1 minute volume spike as the alert. It's just a different way to find a stock hitting a new high that's doing crazy volume, right? So most people would go use the new high as the alert and then make sure the volume is crazy using either relative volume or one of the smaller volume time frame periods like 5 minute, or going through an exercise like this, we could use today's range with a minimum value of 100, so it's got to be hitting a high, and kind of invert things and use the 1 minute volume spike as the alert. So see, just going through this little exercise and seeing what all's there kind of makes you think about things in a different way, and that's why we created this little guy.
JB.
Barry, hi Barry.
Jamie, I know there is a candidate for Brian Shannon's upcoming anchored VWAP webinar. There's a candidate, and that candidate's name is you.
Candidate in what capacity?
In the capacity of attending. The reason
Oh,
I
well, I'm going to attend it anyway, but
the reason I say that is that when you were talking, somebody asked about do you use the anchored VWAP, and you said, well, no, because I'm more into day trading, etc., and it's mainly used for longer term. And I would say that he's not going to say that. I've talked to Michael about this. I know the MEs that he's done are just for the longer term
right, right.
anchored VWAPs, but he can create them intraday and he was showing me, I mean, yeah, absolutely, you can use them intraday.
Yeah, you're right. You're
Absolutely.
right, because I know I've spoken to Brian off and on throughout the years, and he uses them on every time frame. I should have
Exactly.
to rephrase, well, to better describe myself. I've been too lazy to implement them into my routine.
There you go. Well, because they're not automatically drawn like they will be,
Yes.
down the road.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I think Peter, somebody might have asked you. I mean, they're not ready for prime time yet, but I mean, you've seen them. You've seen them. I think you signed up for it, right? I can't because I'm not allowed to display it. Okay,
Right. And
so
that's what I asked before I started the session. I'm like, am I allowed to show this yet? And they're like, no. I'm
no,
like,
no,
well, I'm
not
glad
yet,
I'm
not
glad
yet.
that I asked.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the laziness is there. I understand completely what you mean because right now you've got to. My biggest problem still is on the intraday side of it.
Yeah.
Where do I start? Like what like you know I know they're going to say, well, some take some of the new highs or some of the new lows, but to me it's so subjective that I'm not sure where I should start my anchor to VWAP from.
Right. And let's
And
say I anchor Otley to this anchored VWAP on the high today, and we get the purple line right here.
yeah.
But then if I go to a different stock and come back, gone.
Oh, in that regard, yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's
So you're
that's a
like,
pain in the yeah.
but if we get the auto anchor
Hmm.
on the intraday time frames, you betcha.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I will definitely pay attention.
But even what you just did, Jamie, I mean, you said, okay, let's start it from that high. Even if it didn't disappear, I mean, is that where you should start it from? You know what
Right.
I
That's a
mean?
good
Like, I
that's a
mean,
good question. Hmm.
I just don't really know. Given all the different symbols that I click on all day long, where should I start any of them from? I mean, you said, okay, we'll do it from that high. What's that telling me now then? Okay, I see that red line on the chart.
I wonder if
What's
we
that
do
really
like the
telling me?
high and the low, if that would show us anything interesting here on the intraday.
Well, of course, if you do the low, you should just have the normal VWAP. If you start it from the low of the day, it should look almost, because if the low of the day is at the begin, well, I shouldn't say that, only if it's near the beginning of the day.
Right, and then we get this little area right here.
Yeah.
So, this was markable. The high and the low had been put in before this little breach right here.
Hmm.
Okay. So as it was coming down into this little lower anchor VWAP band, got the high anchored here, got the low anchored here. That would have been an interesting little level to, it's
Hmm.
interesting. It didn't move a whole lot, but once it couldn't sustain that level, we did have a move lower.
And it may keep moving lower. We don't know.
Let's, I tell you what, before I take off here, let's just see what it would show us on Credit Suisse if we did the same thing. The high, want the low.
Then we have our class clown named Pepe. He
Yeah,
just
and
posted.
once again, the high and the low had been put
Yes.
in as we get down to this level here, and once it lost that lower anchored VWAP, that was a nice little move down.
Hmm. There you go, Jamie.
Ooh, so in the future, if we could say, okay, on my 5-minute charts, always move the anchor to the high and the low.
Hmm.
Hmm, interesting.
Well, Michael can do it. He can do it. So it's just a matter of and the different time frames. I would say the 5, 15, and maybe 30, and then you can take your pick.
Yeah, yeah, interesting
Hmm.
stuff. I like being excited about new things, Barry.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because we're sort of jaded a little bit. We've seen the same alerts and filters for years, and you more than me, but for years and years and years. So now to have something like this to play around with is exciting.
True, true, true. So, yeah, hopefully, not too far off in the horizon.
Yeah. Well, you've seen the prototype, for the longer term time
Yep.
frames. I think it's just a matter. I mean, it's not hard for him to do it intraday, not at all.
All right. Well, let's hold Michael's feet to the fire.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay, my friend, you ready to take the helm?
I am. Yeah, let me take the helm, and there we go. I've just got RRC on the screen. Okay. I'm trying to answer things to do in Hawaii's question. You can take off now if you want.
All right, Barry. We'll talk to you later.
Okay, you bet. Bye bye.
Bye.
Moment, things to do in Hawaii as I just get the other rooms up and running too. Okay, screenshots that are down more than 5% from the open. Well, you just have, oh, I see. Okay, so you want to put -5 in the max. I see what you're trying to do. Okay. So if you put -5 in, so you have the filters, you have your minute, so you can hear me, things to do in Hawaii. So if you take a look at let me just do this. The question was, how do I show stocks that are down at least 5% from the open? Okay, so if I use this, I'll just use this as a template. I'm not going to do it here, but so now if I do a search, change, I'll spell it wrong every single time. But CHANGT, there we go. So if I do this is how you use the min and the max box. So here is the change from the open. Okay, change from the open percent. Oops, change from the open percent. Add the filter. Okay. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just having problems. Just give me one moment, okay? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's yeah, just the max box. Okay, just the max box. What I was trying to do. I wanted to show you English language, but it was just loading so poorly. So right there, stocks where the price was down at least 5% from the open. Okay, and I put -5 in the max. Okay, so that I think that does what you want it to do. Not yeah, you leave them in. You can leave the min blank, and again, I'll just click on the summary. Stocks where the price was down at least 5% from the open. Can you see all that? I just need a confirmation from you. Okay, good. I don't have the momentum down, okay, but let me show you how you can do it. I think it's a good exercise, and I'll do this for everybody, okay? The momentum scan is something I'm sharing from my homepage, so I'm going to get you guys to do a little bit of work if you want the momentum down, okay? Because I think it's a good exercise because you should know how to use our flip feature. So if you go to my homepage, if you can do things on your own, it's just a time, it's just basically a time saver. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, and then you scroll down a little bit, you get to my scans, click here on the scan. So here it is. So that Momo right there is essentially the momentum up. Okay, so if I click on that, oops, if I click on that, it's going to load here, and I just have to copy it, load from cloud. There it is. You can see that it's the same string, ends in CO54, CO54 when I load it, and I load it on my other window. So here it is, okay? So that is just taken right from my homepage. So here's what you do. This is on the upside. Now you want to basically do the same thing, but on the downside. So what you do is you right click and duplicate the window. The reason you duplicate it is because you still want this window. But you duplicate the window. And now a nifty little feature we've got, if you right click, configure, flip. So what flip does, it will flip whatever can be flipped. So what do I mean by that? Well, if I click on the summary, obviously a new high can be flipped to a new low. I cannot flip, a price range or the current volume or minimum or the minimum number of shares, etc. But I can flip the price was up at least 2%. I can flip that to down 2%. So anything that can be flipped will flip. So watch. I flip it, okay, and notice how now that's flipped. Now we're at a new low instead of a new high, and now down at least 2% from the previous close. Okay, so basically I took this, and now this is just sort of the reverse momentum. This is momentum up. Now this is momentum down with very similar filters. Well, the filters are exactly the same, except we just flipped what could be flipped. Then the next step is just to give it another name. Okay, so I would call that Momo down or something. Why I'm saying, you should try this on your own is because you can you can take a lot of your scans and just kind of flip them. You have scans that are designed to see you show stocks moving to the upside. You may want to have a very similar scan showing stocks moving to the downside. So really, it's a time saver. I mean, obviously, you could start from scratch and put all these filters in from scratch. But the flip just allows you to quickly create a scan that is sort of the flip version of something you've got. Okay. So what happened to energy? Well, let me just, that's a question from our YouTube room. Let me get, this is an idea, a little more relevant to European stocks, but you can see that it's really affected everything. Okay, I've read this before. So shares of several energy companies. Now, what I typed in here was a TTE, which is a French stock from, well, France, and then another one, SHEL from Netherlands. But if you look at this, uncertainty in the banking sector after Saudi's SNB said it can't provide further money to Credit Suisse. Now, if you've seen Credit Suisse, yes, it is absolutely, I mean, it's turning into a sub $1 stock. Investors fear a potential financial crisis, which could have a negative impact on oil. Okay, oil demand. So that, in a nutshell, if you want some kind of a reason for XLE, because this is obviously, it's not that North American companies really have anything to do with Credit Suisse, but I mean, if we think that this financial, I don't want to use it, call it a crisis, but if we think whatever's happening in the financial sector is going to curb enthusiasm, curb demand, well, that could be a reason why XLE is down. Okay. Yeah, I'm in the camp that, I mean, news matters. I mean, it's always, I mean, how much you are going to value your source, of course, makes a difference. But I mean, I mean, obviously, SIVB, I mean, the collapse of that SIVB, that's news, and of course, it affected the entire financial sector. I mean, because I've had some people say, "Well, what happened to why are the banks all doing what they're doing?" Well, if you lived under I don't mean you specifically, lousy trader, but I mean if you've lived under a rock for the last since Friday or since Thursday, and you haven't known about that collapse, yeah, you might be going, "Well, what's going on?" So I mean, obviously, news like that, which affects an entire sector and really the entire market, at least it helps to know what is like why. Now, how you trade it is another issue. And I don't mind. I mean, when it's news like a company has earnings. I mean, because I'm more of an intraday trader, of course I want to know that. I want to see if I see something moving in the pre-market, either up or down. I will always want to see. I wonder why this is happening. And if I see its earnings, then at least I know that it's probably going to be active all day. It's not just going to kind of peter out for the rest of the day because a company that has earnings, usually it's active all day or some other kind of, big news. But look at THMO. I wish, I mean, I would hope THMO had the big news in the pre-market. Unfortunately, not there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. And I would have loved to have had shorts on this one because when I look at the news like this, I think it's kind of fluffy. And yeah, I mean, Credit Suisse I mean, this is not just recently. I mean, CS has been just absolutely hammered over weeks and months. I mean, it's accelerated today, but I mean, it's just been hammered over, weeks and months and years, really. And that wall has been just you know, up and down, guys. Really, up, down, up, down. I mean, yeah, you're right. It's through the VWAP again. I still have my my price alerts at way up here at $2 away, which would be the high of the day. See if it takes it out at some point. But not easy to trade these today. Easy to get on the wrong side. Well, yeah, I mean, XLE obviously has nothing to do with Credit Suisse and this news here. But the Saudis cannot provide further money to Credit CS because it can't go above the 10% ownership. So in other words, they can't help propping it up. That is definitely more European. All right, guys. Now, Ally. We can maybe Ally later on in the day. ALLY. I'll put an alert up here too. 320. See if it takes that out. Now, I put an alert for Maxin, MAXN, and probably just underneath 23. Let's take a look at why I did that. Ah, yes. So 5 days ago, this was the low, 2305. So it's right at that low. You can see this had earnings, I believe. Yeah, so this was its earnings reaction. Had earnings after hours on March the 7th. So this was the reaction on the 8th. Huge move. A couple of days that tried to move higher, but the sellers knocked it down. Now the sellers look like they're in control, obviously, when you see this. But if it can take out that low with any oomph, I mean, look underneath. I mean, the 200-day moving average may hold it, but that's a lot of room underneath to 1867 from 23. Not saying it's getting there, but that's what you like to see if you want to short something. Just look left and check to see where the next low is, and certainly that moving average. Yeah, SPY's trying to. A very choppy day again on the SPY, though. I mean, we had this move up, move down, a little move up, move down, move up. I mean, we've had a very choppy day in the SPY, which has really affected the bank stocks. That's why, we haven't had like a really solid trend in the bank stocks for a couple of hours, most of them anyway. I almost took that EBIX. This was when I was on my break. I almost took the EBIX right here. A little excited about it right there. This was at 11:45, or probably that's the 12 o'clock, well, 11:45 to 12 o'clock candle. I can't remember exactly when this happened, but this is right when I was going to take my break. And I thought, man, maybe this gets going again. There was the volume that came in. Maybe it's going again. Again, I missed it down here. And I think what happened is all of a sudden it dropped a little bit and then the spread got ugly again. And so that made me pause. And then I was waiting. This is the noon, the 12 to 12:15 candle. And that's when I was on my break. And I kept waiting to see, okay, if it had taken out 1430, 1425, I almost for sure would have taken that trade, but it didn't do it. It just goes to show, just because, I always say, I mean, a breakout on no volume. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. Trying to eyeball this. Okay, so that volume actually was not. I thought that volume. I thought that volume was that volume or candle right there, but it is not. It's after. So it broke out on no volume also. Okay, it broke out on no volume. App on the move. Let's take a look at APP. I just get kind of turned off by it because of the daily chart. What is the high? 1358 is the next high looking left, and then 1359 and 95 would be okay. But for me, it just may stall not that far away for me. Yeah, the THMO, you're right. I actually have that thumbnail THMO, a little bit of a spike here. But look what happened. Got up to what, 441 and came right back down. It did try to take out the VWAP at 432, but it just sold right off. Did THMO pop on a little? I mean, a little bit of volume came in. I mean, it's a huge amount of volume for it today, based on the float, 24,764,000 in the float. So, I mean, it's traded the float multiple times. Little bit of volume came in. You can see on that 15-minute chart, little bit of volume. This still has 8 minutes to close, or a little over 7 minutes to close. So that, see if the volume continues. Because with that float, there's no question that, I mean, if the volume can come in, I mean, it could do something crazy, towards the end of the day. This SMAR has been okay. Again, it's through the VWAP, right? 4405. So it's through that VWAP. I mean, it's been a relatively strong earnings play. And we tried to give it up a couple of times, but to no avail. I still think that 45, did it ever get to 45? Yeah, it got over 45, 45.26. Still think that 45 area is tougher to get through. What? Anybody have that float checker website? It is all jumbled up for me. I mean, when I click on it, instead of getting what I used to get, this is what I'm getting. Something like this. Anybody have that float checker? Once I go to main menu. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay. So this is what I was going to say, because somebody in our YouTube room, TJ, as an example, said that THMO has 1 million in the float, and it may, but you can see right here. In fact, this looks pretty accurate. I'm looking at 5 different sites, and they all have around the same 750,000. Okay. And it really depends. I mean, these ones that are very low float, you can go to. I mean, there are none that are exactly the same. Okay. You can find, 10 different websites and get 10 different numbers, but this is pretty much the same, around 750,000. Yeah, I had to click on home for some reason. It's working now. Well, in theory, that float information is updated today. It's updated twice a month. I know you're going to say dilution tracker. I don't think they do it daily though. They may do it maybe a day in advance of the rest of the world, perhaps, from what I can remember about them. But even if it's a million, it's low. It's low. Well, I take it you have to be a member of a dilution tracker to see it. Do I short small caps? Depends what you mean by a small cap, TJ. I mean, I don't, but it's a free trial, right? A 7-day trial. I thought that's what it said. I'm looking at the website. I thought that's what it said. Oh, this is the one that has the upcoming reverse splits. That's right. That's right. Okay, I see what you're saying. I can sign up for a free account. Okay, I got you. Okay, that's cool. I didn't. I'll probably look at that one also. Then has I do recall this one because it's got the reverse splits too. And hmm, give me one moment, please, as I. Okay, guys, I will do a video now. Things have really slowed down for me anyway. Look at this AMC. Look at this AMC. Where is it going? I mean, maybe some support around 380, maybe. I mean, this is just almost a lifetime low. And Ape hasn't helped at all. Had the big announcement yesterday. Okay, and Ape has not helped at all. And GME, I think, is now at almost that low. Yeah, look at this. I mean, it's almost at that low too. Man, I have no idea. Really don't see anything that's exciting to do a video on. Here's this MCB. I'm not going to do the video on this one, but this MCB with this very low float, a bank, very low float, 9 million, 9.6 million. Maybe, maybe I'll check the dilution tracker, but seriously, very low float. And this was above yesterday's high. Okay, I will do my video. Okay, guys, so I'll just put my announcement in. I'll be doing my video. What time is it right now? 1:35. Shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. All right, everybody, I'm back. Okay, now actually, this is turning into my one of my favorite times to trade in the afternoon. Things have set up. I've had time to really set up over the course of the day. Sometimes we get a better trend later on in the day. So I am now looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. And not V. Well, I haven't seen this one for a long time. No TV. Haven't seen this one for a long time. NOTV. Used to see, remember these days, guys, when this was just ripping up here. So what's happening here? Take a look left, 502, 512. Yeah, too much. Maybe it's getting started though. Maybe today, after this long descent, maybe it's just going to get started. Not very much volume though, 249,000 shares, 0.76 relative volume. So it's not trading average. Now, a lot of it is skewed because of this day here. Maybe keep an eye on ELEV. What did it get up to today? Got up to 226, not that. Wish it was a lot higher because sometimes, this is holding the VWAP. Sometimes later on in the day, these get going again. Low float, 15 million. We're just not in that sort of a market right now, in my opinion, though, where some of these ones that were really active early on and kind of done nothing then for hours, several hours, and then start getting going again. We're just not really in that sort of a market right now. Then there's Deutsche Bank, DB, another one that's just been, I always think of, Credit Suisse and Deutsche Bank as being stalwarts, but obviously not. I can think of one word for the D, maybe ending in an E. I don't know. That's exactly what I thought. Yes. Look at CDMO. Is it underneath 17? Shoot. You know what? This has still got some room on the way down. CDMO, yeah, I mean, the 1625 is a 200-day moving average, so it still has some room to that level. Okay, guys, I'm not seeing too much right now. I'm not getting any new alerts. Let me check some of these things out here. RVNC, see if there's anything happening with RVNC that could be interesting. Yeah, held the VWAP, 3003 or so. 2290 is the, sorry, 2294 is the VWAP. And 2290 is the, is that right? The 200-day moving average also? I'm sorry, not the same number. 2290 and 2994 is the VWAP for RVNC. Let's see if it holds, but even if it does, next high is 3061, not that far away. Mr. Real, I don't think I even saw FRPT. I mean, reason for it? Uh, oh, I know why. Well, one of the reasons is outside the price range I trade, so that's one reason why I wouldn't have seen it, but interesting, no news on it, except, oh, I see. So, okay, so this was a, basically a financing? Yeah, so fell on the financing news, but it's recovered most of the day. Yeah, Kishore, so that is a common question. Yeah, the question is why does not the VWAP break that we have does not appear to be real time? The reason being is that there's a volume confirmation, okay? And so, a lot of people don't like that, but that's just the way it's been. And you can ask them. You can go to support at. There's nothing to fix. You can go to support at trade-ideas.com and demand it be real time. I'm not going to do anything though. I'll just warn you. Okay. Because usually it requires a volume confirmation, and that's to prevent it from the VWAP breaking on one share and then it coming back down and up on two shares, and so it requires a bit of a volume confirmation. So what I would do is this: you can use something like. So you're interested in seeing stocks that break the VWAP? Is that correct? Obviously, I mean that's why you're using it, right? Yeah. Okay. So let me just see if I can find something for you. Okay. So this is a top list, okay, which is close to the VWAP. Now you can adjust it. So you will see stocks that are no more than 1% above or 1% below. Okay. Now, if you're only interested in stocks that are breaking above the VWAP, then you could get rid of what you could do. Excuse me. The reason I say this can be just maybe as valuable is that if you're just looking, if you could be looking at stocks that are very close, and then you can say, it hasn't broken yet. Do I want to take it right now? Number one, or do I put a price alert at the VWAP? Okay, and we're just above it. I know the VWAP changes. I do get that, but it might be more interesting to see stocks that are right near the VWAP and then make a determination what you want to do. Okay, rather than the actual break of the VWAP, it's almost setting yourself up ahead of time, saying, this is right near it. I want to know about that. Maybe I take it right now. Or maybe it's all setting up right now. I mean, that is up to you, of course. I do think so. This is going to show you stocks that are within 1% of the VWAP. So, for instance, if I look at it right now, are they on the upside or the downside? Let's take a look at some of them. And then they are. You can see there's the VWAP right now, 49.07. So it's a little bit above it, but maybe it's coming down towards it. As an example, you might be looking at this and going, it's starting to descend. Now, in this case, it popped above it. But you see what I'm saying? And of course, you could put your own filters in terms of a price range of a 1 in 50, 300,000 shares minimum. You might want to put a relative volume, things like that in, because you don't want to be inundated with something in a top list necessarily. You can just kind of scan through it. Take a look at another one that like see. Well, here's Credit Suisse. In the news, obviously CS. Where is it? UAP's 198. It's at 199 as an example. Oh, so you already have a focus list that you work off. Okay. Yeah. So there's no way around it. It requires some volume confirmation. And that question has been asked, probably for 10 years. Sometimes it's not a bad thing, because okay, it breaks the VWAP on very little volume. Is it really that interesting? I don't know. So you already have something like this then, like as you call it, a focus list. Yeah, I mean, some of them are going to be very close though, within pennies. Look at CS. I mean, if you'd had an alert, like the literally the VWAP alert, you would have seen it, probably a penny above it. So then what you could do then, take that list of 30 stocks, create the top list like I got it, either, whatever percent you want above or below, if you care, if you want it both ways, and then attach that list to that top list. You know how to do that. And then you can just track those 30 stocks that are going to be very close to the VWAP all day long. Would you know how to do that? Okay, no problem. Back to the drawing board, yes. Manu, I haven't seen Manu for a long time, ever since all those rumors about it. MANU. Hmm. So the right to repair, does that mean that's sort of like Apple, where you could not repair if you needed anything done, you would have to take it into Apple. You could not really repair anything. They would void the warranty or whatever. And Tesla was the same thing. You couldn't take it into you couldn't try to fix it yourself or take it to your local. Not that your local mechanic probably would be able to fix a Tesla, but is that the idea in terms of right to repair? Yes, use VWAP one. Yes, sure. Yes. Okay, guys, I just have my eye on Ally in case it has a late day run. Okay, ALLY, taking out the highs up here, about 2320, not that far away. Might even go positive if it did that. Yes, it would. It would go. It would be actually positive for the day. May not happen, but that's why I have my price alert set up here. Depends, of course, what happens with maybe the rest of them. But this has been maybe the strongest one in terms of trend today, in terms of the banks. Certainly for that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hour and 15 minutes straight up. Then Michael Noss uses this. I think he uses this quite a bit. Kishore, you might want to take a look at this. Rally to the VWAP and pull back to the VWAP. So when you look at UNVR, now I know it's a little confusing because I'm using pre-market data also, so that's why that purple line, which in theory is the VWAP, but that's why I always look up here. There's the VWAP at 34.85. So a rally to the VWAP. This could mean, something that rallies into it and then falls, as an example. Okay. Or a pullback to the VWAP. Let's take a look at HSBC. And the VWAP is at 33.16. So pulling back to the VWAP, maybe the VWAP holds it and it pops off it. Okay. This is Michael Noss uses this because he's all about the anchor to VWAP too, but he wants to know where the VWAP is, and then maybe he puts an anchor somewhere. So you could use this. I can give you this if you'd like. This is the doc version of the two of them. Of course, you can make changes. What have I got for price? Excuse me. And yeah, so it's a 5-minute high. So it's not relying on a new high, of course, which would not be good. So it's a 5-minute high, and I've got a million shares. Volume is at least three times normal. This is what Michael had, no more than 0.3% below the VWAP or at the VWAP. So you can take a look at it and see what sort of alerts you get. Okay, I will share it with you. Just give me a moment. Okay, there you go. So for instance, OR just showed up. Okay, OR just showed up here. There's the VWAP at where is it? 1407. So it's rallying again. You might, I mean, I don't know if you have our VWAP on your chart. You may want to get rid of it. It doesn't confuse me too much because it's usually not that far different or that much different. So is it rallying into it and then going to fall below it? Something like that. Market conditions. What is the market doing? This is a gold play. What's the sector doing? All sorts of things come into it. Pull back to the VWAP. Let's take a look at SLG. The VWAP is at 2764. So, that's pretty darn close. 2762 right there, 2764. So it's pulling back into it. What's going to happen? Is it going to bounce off it or is it going to go right through it? As you know, there's no guarantee one way or the other. Just because you get this alert which in theory is saying pulling back to it and maybe bouncing off it, but now you have to decide how would you want to trade this. There's a bank, NYCB, 675. There's that purple line. You see how most of the time it's pretty close, even though I'm using pre-market data. So again, you could take your symbol list and add it to both of these. You won't get very many alerts, of course, during the day. Or just use the top list window. If you just really have a basket of stocks, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, if you just have a basket of stocks that you like to follow, maybe the top list is more the way to go. Because if you use this, you'll hardly get any alerts. Well, guys, 2:09 now, and yeah, I do have my sound alerts on, but I'm not getting anything new, not for a while. So let's take a look at Nordstrom's. Okay, so Liz, the first thing I'm going to ask you is what was your stop? First of all, where are you in it, and what was your stop? Oh, I'm really having some lag on my charts. Hmm. Give me a moment as I try to get FRC up and running here. Okay. So when you say after the fall, are you talking about down here? Or like where are you talking? Are you talking today? It sounds like if you bought it, yeah, you bought it and now it's, of course, it's below where you bought it. But what was your stop? And it sounds like you probably didn't have a stop. In other words, if the trade wasn't working, where are you going to get out? Because one of the worst things you can do right now is to, be what we call a bag holder. Try to hold on for a swing, hope in hopes that it will come back up to where you bought it, and then make you some money. I mean, can it happen? Of course it can. But one of the um, one of the worst things you can do, because when you got into that trade, this was, I guess, in theory, was not meant to be a swing. It was meant to be an intraday trade, right? Yeah, I mean, it could be any of these things, these banks that have been just pummeled. Multiple downgrades, yeah. I mean, some of the other ones are not great, but at least what we couldn't find, I'm talking about the WALs and the PAC Ws, didn't see quite the same news about a downgrade. Yeah, I mean, FRC plunges after being downgraded to junk. Now that is sort of, I think that's a little harsh when they say junk. I mean, it was downgraded from what, double A to BB plus or something. But still, but I haven't had an answer from you. So it sounds like you didn't have a stop in place. And yeah, could something like that happen? Could an SIVB happen to FRC? It's possible. Yeah, I personally would not be swinging any of these things, but I'm pretty conservative when it comes to stuff like this. Well, this one has some room actually. FSLY actually has a little bit of room. Look left on the daily chart. The next high is about $1 away. Yeah, TFC now is getting through the 200-day moving average. A bank, of course, TFC getting through that, not the 200. I'm sorry, I keep saying that. Through the VWAP, 3203. So it's just through the VWAP right now. So what is KRE doing? You know, I would, you're going to trade these stocks now. These regional banks, I would absolutely have KRE up as a thumbnail charts to see, just to kind of keep an idea about what is the overall, what are the overall regional banks doing overall. And I know Real said KR, not KRE. Kroger, tough time going long anything. Yeah, so the next high looking left, 48, just around $48 for Kroger. All right, guys, TFC now through that VWAP and underneath the whole number, maybe 38, 31.85 gets it really going. And that's TFC. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. Wow, we're getting a big market pop now. We're getting a big market pop, guys, and like a big one, big one. And this is probably going to drive these bank shares up. So my focus right now is on Ally. WAL is also almost at the high now. WAL is almost at the high. Well, getting closer anyway. That high right there is 33.95, so definitely getting closer and moving with the market. Wow, look at this! Look at this market pop. Something's put a charge into it. Okay, guys, Ally is starting to move a little bit here. Ally is starting to move a little bit. Is that what it is? JK, okay. Ally moving, guys. And there's Wall, just took out the high. And there's Ally, guys, just taking out the high. Look at this market move here on that. Well, that has to be what you said, JK, has to be. Ally on the move, guys. ALLY on the move. What time is it right now? 2:30. So that candle, so be critical. I mean, critical if you're intraday trading, that candle, the next candle, which is forming right now, is green also. It'd be awesome if it took out the high. What a pop for TFC. I mean, I was looking at this as that was the VWAP play, kind of. What a pop. Came down into the VWAP and popped off it. Now, helped obviously because of this news. Ally guys, ally, ally, ally. Number one focus for me. I have no targets. I mean, the only look, the next high looking left is 26. I mean, is that a target? No, but you know what I mean. I don't really have targets. It met my risk reward. That's all. In other words, when I say that, if I'm risking 30 cents, 40 cents, I had to have a reasonable expectation of making 80 cents. I'm just making these numbers up. 2 to 1, right? A 1 for 2 risk reward. And of course, looking left had all that room. So that was never an issue. Now, can it keep going? I don't know. But as I said before, to me, it was one of the more stable of the banks in terms of what it did. Though granted, since 11 o'clock, it's had this choppiness. But well, I mean, where might it stall? I mean, the next high is way up here. I'm not saying it's going to get to $26. Believe me. I mean, you could look at the pre-market high, even 24, 23. I mean, there's an area it could stall, but it really depends. Is this euphoria going to continue? Here's a problem right now, though. If you look at KRE, you got KRE is basically mimicking it. Look at the two topping tails. And that's the same thing happening with the ally. But this market has to keep. You don't want to see a big drop. I mean, that's the big thing. You just don't want to see a big red bar wiping all this out. There's maybe another interesting one. EBC, Eastern Bank Shares. The VWAP 1207. So the well, it's a little late, I guess. What a game this is. Just give me a moment. There goes Wall. I want to say there goes Walmart. There goes Wall, guys. WAL, another one that's, as long as this market kind of believes, and it has room to 39 or so. Even Nordstrom's JWN is popping. Not a bank, of course, but JWN is moving. Next high looking left is 1767 for Nordstrom's JWN. Wow, WAL, guys, WAL. Here's a big wow on this one. Just don't want to see a big red bar. No, but this is just rumor. As you know, real, we're just talking intraday here. Don't cloudy it with facts, real. But seriously, you know what I mean. I mean, it's just market's going to grab onto something and trade it for a while based on our rumor. As long as this market continues like this, another green bar, be incredible if we could take out that high of the previous 15-minute candle. It may not do it. I mean, this may be it. How does CXAI look? I haven't seen that one for a long time. That was the big one in the SPAC became CXA. It looks terrible. I'm sorry, but it looks terrible. I actually have an alert set for the high of the day, but look how it's just selling off. So Nothing to see here right now anyway. It's way below the VWAP too, 458, way below it. Just straight selling off. In my opinion, of course. I have an alert set for the high of the day. I was actually thinking of taking it if it ever got up there. But, maybe tomorrow. I mean, you never know. Maybe tomorrow, the next day, takes out that high of today. It could get rolling, but right now it looks terrible. Look at all these banks moving here now. Barclays, BCS, but okay, not that much is moving into the VWAP. All right, guys, I normally do this around 250. I'm going to do this a little bit earlier. I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm still here. You have any questions, don't be shy, ask them. And I'll be here until at least 3:20. Okay? Yeah, Neil, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, just weren't well enough attended. The guys who are putting them on have so much to do that, and other things that they're trying to do that it just wasn't a good use of their time. We're talking about the webinars we used to have. This was not a good, effective use of their time. Hey guys, again, be aware of this red candle. I mean, if you took any of those banks, I mean, just be aware of that red bar. Though it hasn't really affected WAL. It's affected Ally more than WAL. I'm surprised. I mean, WAL looks like it wants to take out 35. It's not. It's not following this the SPY right now. And look at that bottoming tail now on that SPY, that 15-minute candle, the last one, the 245 one. Look at that bottoming tail. The sellers tried, but the buyers are in control. So our two little bank plays are still in play. Ally and Wall. Yeah, even the FRC. Even the FRC. And WAL through 35 now. Wow. And bringing up the rear here is PAC W. PAC W is on the move also. PAC W, PACW. Through that VWAP. Remember I was saying how I love trading in the afternoon? Later on, some of these things, when they get running, they get running. Helped immensely by the SPY. All right, back on mute. I think he was talking tongue in cheek, real. You're talking about what Max said, so the banks are all safe now? I think he was total tongue in cheek. I may be wrong. Mac has a voice. He can, but I think it was tongue in cheek. But guys, this APEI is just, it's an all-time low and just sinking, sinking, sinking. I didn't take this one, but the original alert was at 475 from the 10-day daily breakdown, and this is an all-time low. Nothing holding this up. Look at this market, guys. I'm going to stick a price alert on the SPY actually, right up here, the high of that candle. That what time was that one? The 2:15, 15-minute candle. Okay, so this is a bit of divergence, guys. This TFC, it had a little bit of a bounce, but look at this. TFC did not really follow with the rest of the banks. Weak, and so if this starts to weaken, I'd be this could have a big fall here. TFC, well, big fall. I mean, 30. So lows here, 3186. The lows are here, and then down here, 3144, and it's again below the VWAP again, 3204. But look, I mean, look what it did, and yet the most of the well, I don't know most of them, but a lot of the banks did not do this. Most of the banks had a run with the market, and that is TFC. Hello, Maxer. Okay, guys, TFC. I mean, look at this again. Talk about divergence. This was not strong, and the rest of the banks were. And now look at this TFG, and now following down with the market, perhaps TFC. So I don't follow Forex at all, but somebody might. I don't. So the euro, US dollar, I couldn't tell you. I mean, energy, but I really couldn't tell you. We scan for stocks, so we don't really follow Forex too much. But somebody in the room may have an idea. Okay, so Maxer is asking, what happened to the euro/USD? Hey guys, we've got another maybe 15 minutes or so before I shut the room down. One last look at my homepage and how you can take out a subscription with a nice promo code. Max, I have no way of charting that, so I don't know. And again, I'm not a Forex person, so could not answer that question at all. So there's my homepage link again. So if you want to take out a subscription, we got a great promo code on right now for St. Patrick's Day, Patty 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. Be 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes. If you're new to Trading 101, a free course for you. I do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week, it's free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week, there was no trade. Steve recommended just stay in cash. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. What I use in the pre-market act is up and down. This is my momentum scan, only on the way up. I showed you how you can create one on the way down. 10-day daily breakouts and down right there. I'm displaying my halts and resumes right here. And of course, these two races. So if you do take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage link, and then you can use that promo code. And also, if you save my homepage, then homepage link, then you can take a look at my scans at any time and the education anytime. I do change the scans up from time to time, so good idea just to save my homepage link. There goes TFC, guys. I mean, this has been, just now this is tracking the market. Did not track it at all when the market was doing this, and the rest of the banks, most of the banks were moving higher. It's a classic. I mean, I don't know how much further it's going down, but this is a classic divergence. With the rest of the banks moving higher, and this one was not. And look at Wall and Ally now, guys. So I'm saying you had to be following two things. You had to have KRE up and running, and you had to be following the SPY. Well, I'm assuming that even if you trade Forex, you have to have stops in place also. I mean, just like any other trade, you've got to have some stops in place so that when the trade works against you, you get out. Rock Fluor, a dime higher. Okay, FLR. Well, I was referring to what was happening though, Jethro. I was referring to, I'm all about just the moment, right? I'm not talking about overall during the day. So I'm talking about if you look right here, these candles right here. Remember what Wall was doing as an example. Boy, these charts are loading poorly for me. Look what Wall was doing. Big surge, right? Big surge. Look what TFC was doing at the same time. See, look what it was doing. Nothing. So that's why, I thought, okay, I mean, if this, I mean, this was not moving the same way the rest of them were. I don't think so. Pac W. Well, I mean, I'm not saying every stock was like that, but the ones that I was following, Pac W, the same thing. Ally, of course. I'm not saying every single stock, okay. But the ones I'm following, the ones I have thumbnailed, the Ally, Pac W, even the FRE, 3 candles up. FRC, sorry, FRC. I can't speak for every single bank stock, of course. FRC, 3 candles up. Okay, but when you look at the other one, wasn't even close. So that's why it caught my eye. Oh, when you say you were new in the trade, I wasn't expecting this. I thought you were talking specifically, Max, about you were new in a euro US dollar trade. And you still make me. Whoa. I haven't seen DWAC for the longest time. Ugly. Wow. Just ugly. Rum is another one. I mean, these social media companies, rum is not doing very well either. Wow. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end here. Yeah, even the best looking trades can not work. Everything you think should be lining up may even have good news that you can associate with the trade. I'm talking more stocks, I guess, than anything, but everything that you think should work, it may still not work. So that's why having a stop is so important. Can always get back into the trade, you know. Maybe for some reason, you know, the market said maybe something hit the market at the, you know, just after you get into a trade and causes you know, the trade to be wrecked, and maybe market conditions turn, and you can always get back into the trade if it sets up again the same way. Oh man, I've really had to slow down. Is that the right symbol? No, TFC. You know, I mean, here's an example, okay? And we were talking about the bank trades, well, two of them anyway, Wall and Ally, moving with the market. The minute you get this red bar here, you got to be very aware. Now, if this turns green, you know, they move again because those stocks were seem to be following them. Well, they were driving the market. The bank stocks were kind of driving the market. So that's why, you know, it could set up again. What am I using for news? I use Interactive Brokers headline news. Andreas, okay. I have Interactive Brokers, and so I use their news service. I use our news service if I'm looking to see more news in the past, okay. But I use I think Interactive Brokers got one of the better news services. No, I shouldn't say that because I don't know what E-Trade looks like or Thinkorswim or some of the other big brokers, but I'm pretty impressed with Interactive Broker. And you know, it just looks like this, you know. So when I click on an alert, a symbol, you know, I'll get all the latest typically. Now, is it just like, you know, it's not like a paid in theory right up to the second news service, but it's pretty darn close. And then of course I click on the alert and then I can expand on it. So this, you know, when we saw TTE moving down like this in the pre-market, said, wow, I mean, what's happening? And this is not a bank, obviously. So you click on it and, you know, you get this pretty interesting headline about it. Look at real Mr. Forex. All right, guys. Wow, 322, another exciting day. I'm sure tomorrow's going to be equally as volatile with the banks and maybe with the energy companies. Yeah, I just don't have the charts. I guess IB might have charts, right? Do they have? I know you can trade forex with IB. I don't know if I'm permitted. That's all. Okay, guys. Let me get my script together. Tomorrow's Thursday already. I'm just waiting for it to warm up here in Vancouver. My goodness. So I can start my rides again. Okay, guys. Again, thanks for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Get on the mic at 9. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And now, YouTubers, I shall dispatch with you guys now.